Yeah. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Say we go for the opposite,
You
so.
better get ready. I'm like,
I enjoyed the last one.
You were in the future.
I was an hour ahead.
Right. It's time to get serious, folks.
Okay.
This Livingston City Commission meeting on October 3rd is called to order. Roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
Here.
Vice Chair Kale,
here,
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Yep.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Present.
Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Excellent. So first on the agenda is general public comment. So individuals are reminded that public comments should be limited to items over which the city commission has supervision, controls jurisdiction, or advisory power. So this is for things not on the agenda. We'll start with people in the room. Is there anyone that wants to give general public comment tonight? No? We'll look online. Is there anybody online? I don't see any. So general public comment is closed. Next up on the agenda are consent items. So commissioners, we have this amended consent list. It
Yep.
was printed out and there's item D in red.
Correct.
So are there any that folks want removed for discussion, or do I have a motion for consent items A through D?
I'll move to approve items A through D. Second.
Motion by Lyons and a second by Shorts. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0, moving along. Proclamations. Tonight we have a proclamation recognizing the 101st anniversary of National Fire Prevention Week and declaring October 8th through 24th, 2023 to be Fire Prevention Week in the city of Livingston. Whereas the Livingston Fire Department is committed to protecting those who live and visit our community from the hazards of fire, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and residential homes are where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas smoke alarms can detect smoke well before human cans, alerting to danger in which may leave us as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas the city of Livingston residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a home fire. And whereas the city of Livingston residents should ensure their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of their family members, including those with sensory and physical disabilities. And whereas the Livingston Fire Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and injuries through prevention and education. And whereas the city of Livingston residents that are responsive to public education measures are better able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire. And now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Melissa Newts, Chair, do hereby declare October 8th through 24th, 2023 to be Fire Prevention Week in Livingston, Montana. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. And I will note that we do not have any members of Livingston Fire and Rescue on hand today as they are busy keeping the community safe. But I did have the opportunity to spend the morning with the city's fire chief, and it was a pleasure. And on a cold day like today, one of the first, I would remind members of the community that it's a great time to get your chimney cleaned and otherwise check your heating system. And in a few weeks, when we change our clocks, let's change our smoke and carbon monoxide detector batteries as well. So thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Anything members of the commission want to add? All right, moving along. Next on the agenda, we have a scheduled public comment from the Crisis Response Coalition, Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. Last meeting's consent agenda, you folks approved the charter for the Park County Crisis Response Coalition. And the city's emergency services have been working with other community mental health and public safety providers. And tonight I am pleased to welcome Janella Johnson and Officer Daniel Lashinsky to talk about their efforts with the Crisis Response Coalition and some of the work that's been going on. So I would welcome them to talk about the program.
All right, so I'm Dan Lashinsky and then Janella Johnson here. So I wanted to let you guys know about some training that we're bringing to the area. So it's called is, everybody kind of knows it as CIT, Crisis Intervention Team. It's been around since 1988 off the top of my head. It really got pushed forward in about 2008. It spread around to about 2,100 plus communities to this date. So what we do is it's a de-escalation training. It's about 40 hours, Monday through Friday typically, primarily for law enforcement, second responders, fire departments, stuff like that. More geared towards law enforcement, dealing with people in crisis, people dealing with addiction, drug disorder, stuff like that. It's kind of the primary de-escalation of those things. It's shown in some communities that it's reduced officer involved injuries up to 80%. So it can be effective. It's a good training tool to utilize when you can. We all know that there's situations that you may not be able to utilize that, but it's a great training that we're going to bring here, hopefully in March.
Yeah, that's what we're looking off of. So out of Memphis, Tennessee, in 1988, that's where it originated, out of an unfortunate circumstance where an individual experiencing serious mental illness with psychotic features was killed, unfortunately, in that incident. And it brought insight and highlight to the need for recognition with mental health when law enforcement officers are not mental health providers. They're law enforcement officers. With that, though, they are one of the first line of defense for individuals experiencing a crisis. So bringing that with helping them help us as a partnership, not only between law enforcement and mental health providers, but the community as a whole, including the hospital, all mental health, substance use providers, community members, the individuals experiencing mental illness themselves and their families. NAMI is a big supporter and presents at all of our trainings. So as Dan mentioned, the training is a 40-hour Monday through Friday training, and it goes through various steps of maintaining safety for the officer and everybody else in the area. And then there's de-escalation skills, not only with their body language, but also their words that are being used. Trying to help with de-escalation, supporting the individual in managing their crisis and them making their own decisions of what resources they're willing to engage in, and getting them connected to those resources. As Dan said, there's a lot of trainings throughout Montana throughout the year. I think there's 11 I counted
At least.
in a year. A couple of counties, larger counties like Yellowstone County do too. Gallatin County has been the closest county that has provided this training, and many law enforcement officers go to that training from surrounding counties. The benefit to having it here in Park County is that part of that training is for officers to also know and understand what resources are available to them locally here in our community and throughout Park County, really. So the training is would be offered to other surrounding counties. Pretty much anybody in the state could come, but others that would benefit from it would be maybe Sweetgrass County, Mark County, etc. So yeah, we're looking at the first part of March.
Yeah.
And we're both CIT coordinators, so we ourselves had to go through the training and then also shadow a training. And so we work with CIT Montana through the state. So.
Just to kind of echo a little bit what Janella said, is this is a very growing and beneficial tool for law enforcement and other first responders to have. If a posting gets posted up over in Gallatin County, typically they host it in Bozeman someplace, it gets filled up real quick. So we're just trying to help alleviate some of that stress on other towns such as Billings and Helena, Great Falls, all that other stuff. We have so much law enforcement here locally. A lot of people don't think of. We have Fish and Game, we have Highway Patrol, we have Park Service that they could come up and do that as well. So try to maximize as many people as we can in there.
Broaden the opportunity for local law enforcement to become CIT trained.
And although it is geared towards first responders, we are starting to incorporate a few seats for our local mental health providers and such like that too. Kind of some other opportunities for them to kind of join them, but it's primarily focused on law enforcement.
Yeah, so the goals primarily are to obviously reduce any injury to anybody, as well as reduce the potential for escalation to lead to jail time when it may not be necessary. Involuntary commitment is not necessary, those types of things, so, yeah. Anyway, that's what we're looking for currently with the mobile crisis response team. Our first training is supported by a grant through the tribal matching grant. There are grant opportunities. I looked at you, sorry, when I said grant, that was.
Different branch.
There are grant opportunities from the state, that can help support, as well as just, there is a charge to attend the training, so we'll have that income, but then also grant opportunities. And this is more of, really community engagement and just informing stakeholders in our community of the opportunity for the training, and just verbal support, and if need be in the future, if there's an opportunity for any assistance with grants for financial support if needed, then yeah, just kind of laying it out there for your knowledge moving forward.
Thank you. And I would also add for the commission's benefit that the CIT training that is upcoming is one of several programs that the Crisis Response Coalition
Yeah.
is working on. They manage the community paramedic program that you folks may recall from earlier in the year.
Mhm.
And then we also have two community coordinators, one position that's filled that help work with
Mobile crisis, that respond when they're called out by law enforcement. Yeah.
So we'll stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Comment.
Sure.
I had no idea it's been around that long, since '88, but what a awesome program.
Yeah, it's not
Something
been in
like
Montana. since
Not, yeah,
88,
but just the
Yeah,
idea has been out there,
yeah.
and that's something that's sorely lacking.
Mhm.
And I mean, police and first responders are always gonna be the first on the scene, not a
Mhm.
mental health professional or something like that, and they have some kind of background, some training like that, just seems
Yeah.
invaluable to de-escalate situations, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've struggled with this, thinking, how can law enforcement go forward in the future, around the country, not just here, because you're involved in so many
Mhm.
situations that have, mental health issues and stuff like that. And it's gotta be frustrating
yeah,
not to know what to do.
Yeah.
And have no training or anything like that. So,
right.
wow.
And
I'm
I know
really-
one of the problems that we, Park County, Gallatin County surrounding areas struggle with is the lack of a kind of short-term crisis facility.
Sure.
Hope
Yeah.
House over in Bozeman used to be that, they're no longer existing, so we really lack that right now, so. I know that there's, a thing or two in the works, but it's not quite up and running, so there's a lot of pressure on law enforcement,
Yeah.
on the
Mhm.
hospital.
Absolutely.
On everybody. I'm the team lead for MAC team, Montana Assertive Community Treatment, and our goal for that particular team is to work with individuals to reduce interactions with law enforcement, admissions into the state hospital, et cetera. So this is a perfect fit for me. But yeah, there's definitely an ongoing need, and I think, all officers, and just reflecting back on the classes that I've been to, the individuals that are, again, there's mental health providers, any kind of crisis provider, whether it be domestic sexual violence, mental health, all of that. People from the hospital, anybody can attend, again, primarily led for law enforcement, because part of the training is that situational awareness.
Yep.
Along, keeping everybody safe, but then also while you're doing so, trying to de-escalate and really listen to the person, active listening, empathy, that type of thing, not telling them what to do, but giving them choices on, here's your options of
Right,
things
yeah.
that are available, that type of thing. But people that have been in the classes have been, police, sheriff, detention center, dispatchers, highway patrol, as he said, Forest Service, that type of thing. I did see that actually the Montana Departments of Corrections is starting to do their own, so all of their employees will have an opportunity as well. So yeah, it's a growing,
Huge step forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Thanks for your comment.
Any other commissioners? Did you? have anything
I'm
to
done.
say?
Thanks.
How many seats do you have available for the class?
They put a cap on it. It's recommended to have 25. So the class goes through, we have different presenters that come in, talk about different types of mental illness, medications, veterans. We have speaker panels. Some of them can be consumers, people experiencing PTSD, schizophrenia, those types of things, where they could come in. We do have one module that we live feed with the state hospital, and there's individuals there that have agreed to speak. So that, but intertwined with all of that is also their training opportunities where they can practice amongst themselves. We do breakouts and they practice amongst themselves the verbal de-escalation, and then the very last day consists of live scenarios escalating from a very, I would say easy scenario
Yeah.
up to potential mock shooting.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, right, exactly. And so to manage all of that and everybody, so around 25 seats is, and again, as Dan said, it's first seats go to law enforcement, and the seats that are left over are opened up to non-enforcement individuals.
And that's where all these trainings, they fill up so quick,
Yeah.
cause there's, I
I mean, that's
mean,
good to hear. that
we'll
you
have,
know,
even assisting with our training that we do here, we're gonna have people coming from like probably Kalispell, Missoula,
All over.
all over, because we all just kind of like help each other out,
Yeah.
like help put on these trainings. I think Janelle was over in Billings and then Bozeman, and I was over in Bozeman a couple times. So, yeah, we just, throughout the state, we try to help each other out and help facilitate these trainings.
Great, that's wonderful. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Let's hear.
So given the great interest in this training, is there any priority that's given to Livingston police officers since you're hosting it here, or is it just first come, first into the class? I'm just curious.
So with that, so it is a post-credited training for law enforcement. With that, it'll be publicized, it's gotta be public,
Mhm,
advertised in order for it to count for the training credit.
Gotcha.
Probably be a local email sent out saying that, hey, we're gonna have this training up and coming. And then it'll be publicly advertised as well.
So we'll be ready.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Great.
and
Well,
I would say maybe to answer a little part of your question is that, would there be preference? Not necessarily, I'd like to, but at the same time, I would guess that between Park County Sheriff's Department and Livingston Police Department, they would maybe only be able to send one or two at a time, because they can't
Exactly.
have 10
Yeah.
people go for
Yeah.
40 hours,
Right,
right?
exactly.
So,
Yeah.
the chances that they would get a seat are pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure it has to be
Couple from-
well timed across departments, across the
Yes.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Do you all like track measures of success for these trainings and how it positively impacts our?
Well, we will be
Communities.
starting, so the other counties that, since this is our first
Mhm.
go around, we'll be starting to track that. And other counties like Gallatin County did, shoot, I had that and I don't think I brought it. They do track like from the year that they start and then ongoing years as far as the types of calls that they respond to and the outcomes of those calls to help, those measurement, to help track those measurements. So we'll be starting that.
That's great. I would just
Yeah.
sort of put a flag on this as our community has shown interest in wondering how our police force are trained, and they seem really interested, and this is. I agree with
Yeah.
Commissioner Schwartz that this is a long time coming, and folks, I think, have great interest in this kind of program in our community. So if there's an interesting update, I think it would be great to share at a commission meeting.
Yeah.
And
And
thank you.
like I said, I know both Sheriff's Department and Police Department they've been attending the trainings
Yeah.
for many years,
Okay,
just not here.
yeah.
And I know there's already some data in the chief's annual report that we already get. That's great,
Yeah.
but this will be another layer. Thank
One,
you.
one last thing I'll just add in
Yeah.
there real quickly.
Yeah.
Upon graduation, they get a little CIT pen. And I like to spread this around to
Gotta make sure the
everybody
newspaper
that
gets that while they're
if
here.
you are somebody that's calling, on behalf of somebody that's in crisis, you can request a CIT trained officer. If there is one on shift and able to respond.
So cool.
Even
Yeah,
more
so
important.
I always
Yeah.
throw that out there, cause. Yeah. it's
And we've
helpful.
seen that at calls too, people respond or they acknowledge like
Yeah.
your CIT trained and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So a lot of these people who suffer from some of these things recognize the training
Mhm.
Do
and
you,
they'll call it out.
do you know how many officers we have that are CIT
I
trained? in
don't know
this?
off the top of my head. I know from the PD, I believe myself included, maybe 3, 4.
There's,
Um,
yeah,
I'd say
with
some,
the
somewhere
changeover
there.
and stuff, you know,
Yeah.
there's, yeah,
That's pretty good.
opportunity for new officers to get trained, so
and I
How
know-
often do you have to do the training?
once a year. Well,
To stay
they do
current,
it
to keep the
once.
pin?
They do it once and that's it. They can go again and follow up or whatever, but they just do it once, yeah.
we're looking at trying to do some remedial training. I was at the board meeting. We haven't figured out if it's gonna be like every 2 years, 4 years.
Be nice. to
That
have
you can do
follow-up.
kind of like a follow-up update
Mhm.
if anything's changed as far as the training and stuff like that.
Mhm.
As far as tracking numbers too, we're getting into a lot of new things in the area, and I know for the county, for our peer support specialists and stuff, we're just starting to track those numbers and stuff too, utilizing those. We've used her twice in the past 48 hours, so it's a good benefit to have countywide and in the city, so.
Thank you for taking
Thank you.
time out of your
Mhm.
busy lives to come share with us. We really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
We'll send them that way. Mr. Gage,
Thank
we-
you.
Thank you both for
Great.
being here. Thanks for the update. Mr. Gager, been on the agenda. All right, next up, ordinances. So we have ordinance 3043, an ordinance of the city of Livingston, Montana, amending chapter 30 of the Livingston Municipal Code entitled zoning by adding a new section 30.47 entitled Plan Unit Developments and providing a repealer saving severability and effective date. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. We are back before you folks with a proposed plan unit development ordinance. And you may recall this previously came before you in August and early September. And we have worked to incorporate the comments from the commission, as well as done some additional outreach to the housing and development communities. And that we have incorporated much of that feedback into the draft ordinance that you see before you. And so I am happy to stand for any questions that you may have. And I will say that Jen Severson, our planning director, is also available. And she does have a brief presentation if you folks would care for that, because I do recognize it has been a little bit of time since we had this conversation. So if that pleases the commission, happy to bring Jen.
I only see head nods. Yep, I see. We're unanimous. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jen, I will make you a co-host so that you can share your presentation and do a quick run through on PUDs. So you are now a co-host, and if you would like to share your screen and run us through the PowerPoint, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'm looking for my shared screen option. Yep. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to share this. Let me know. Sometimes I know there's a weird glitch with PowerPoints in Zoom. So tell me when you guys can see it and people online can see it, please.
We can see you now.
Okay, great. So again, let me move this separate away. Yeah, so again, this is just, we brought this before you a couple times and have tried to integrate comments and suggestions that we've heard from you at the last 2 meetings, more discussion with staff and some others. So why is this not? Uh-oh. There we go. So just a brief recap of the intent of the plan unit development ordinance at a very high 80,000 foot level. Encourage more efficient use of land and public services than traditional zoning typically allows. The objectives, we have updated these to reflect, again, some of the comments and discussions. So just kind of fine tuning some of the language. So protect natural and cultural resources. I think previously that said like something along the lines of require protection. I'm sorry, I don't have my previous version here. But these are more just sort of encouraging, supporting, protecting, preserving, that kind of thing. Encouraging open space and rec areas beyond the minimum subdivision requirements, promote a more effective use of land than the base zoning district would allow, resulting in clustered development, and a more condensed network of utilities and streets. I believe previously that said something about a smaller network of utilities and streets, and we were asked to provide a little more clarification on what we meant by that. Encourage mixed uses in residential zoning districts as a means to improve convenience and access to daily necessities by area residents, reducing vehicular trip generation through mixed use development and enhanced multimodal connectivity. Encourage affordable and workforce housing development and support the adopted City of Livingston growth policy. So after the last meeting, it was discussed, and commissioners, you supported the idea of reducing the minimum size required for a planned unit development from 1 acre to a ½ acre. So that's what we have here. Additionally, you had questions about allowing a PUD in the R1 zoning district, but also wanted to see it allowed in other districts besides those that are typically residential. So any of the districts that by right allow dwellings, so residential dwellings. So now we're saying that we're proposing it's allowed in R2, R2MH, R3, RMO, mixed use, CBD, and highway commercial zoning districts. So that leaves out light industrial, industrial, public, R1, and neighborhood commercial. Commercial uses, we revised this also from previously, commercial use was required, or we were proposing that a commercial use was required as part of the development. Now you'll see we've included that instead as a requirement. It's one of the public benefits that a developer can provide to receive one of the bonuses or incentives. So just commercial uses that are not allowed by right in that base zoning district, they have to be appropriately scaled, located, and compatible to their surroundings. Really all commercial uses, but I think we kind of have less say over, even though it's going through a PUD review. If something's allowed by right, that's a little more ingrained than the uses going through PUD, the modifications of those that are looked at a little more context specific, if that makes sense. Light industrial uses, we've said that they can be allowed, and then heavy industrial uses cannot be allowed. So even if light industrial is not the base zoning district, which again, we're not allowing these, or we're recommending they're not allowed for PUDs, we are recommending that some in light industrial uses are allowed. Again, if they are appropriate for the surrounding, the scale looked at by a proposal specific basis. So incentives and public benefits, again, we've modified this table a little bit. The developer incentives have stayed the same. You know, there's the residential density bonus, height increase, and waived impact fees. And under public benefits, the main thing that we've changed here is, again, letter E, adding the commercial uses and at least 5% of the total building floor area in the PUD. So if a developer were to provide or were to plan for, and again, this needs to be somehow on the PUD completion. I don't know if it's deed restricted for commercial uses, but it's something that they have to provide if they're getting a benefit for it, and we have to be able to hold them to it. Well, we can hold them to it, sorry, for 5% of the total building floor area. I don't have it on here, but in your staff report and in the ordinance, it's also clear that out of that 5% for commercial uses, we're recommending that only a max of half of that, so 2.5% of the total building floor area in the PUD be allowed to be live work units. Because while those are great and they're helping to reduce traffic and all that, it's not as beneficial, I would say, as far as increasing mixed uses as something that would be a more retail oriented, that type of service. So again, we're very supportive of live work units, but we're just recommending that no more than half of this 5% be allowed to be those. So on the left, the affordable housing, above 60% is what we're saying. We've if you've looked at the language, and I'll get to that on the next page, we're recommending that the 60% and below remains in place for that low income affordable, what qualifies for the waived impact fees. But for the just the regular the residential density bonus, that 10% deed restricted affordable housing, we are now recommending that be, we know it's got to be above 60. We had discussed 80 and 120 depending on renter owner occupied. We now believe we've changed it to recommend that target, that specific target, not be in the ordinance, rather it be based and evaluated annually as the AMI number, the amount, the dollar amount is changes, and the market conditions. So that would be something that would be tied to the application rather than in the ordinance, just because it can be updated much more quickly than ordinance language. The reduced vehicular trips, the public benefit, nothing's changed. Same with the open space. Just to remind you that max 50% of that can be passive, i.e. remaining in a natural state. So slopes, wetlands. The other 50% has to be a different type, as discussed in our subdivision regs, have a section, and I can bring it up if you want, but it's for parkland requirements that discuss more active recreation and more active open space that's usable, I guess you could say, rather than areas to necessarily like preserve. So at least half of it has to be that. So 10% of the total land area active, 10% passive. Developer incentives, nothing has changed. And again, we are still for the impact fee waivers. We are only recommending that be provided as a bonus for affordable units that are deed restricted to at or below 60% AMI. And that number is, we're recommending leaving that in the ordinance. That's very low income affordability. This is just a little bit more. I know it's sort of what qualifies for what, the formulas for incentives and the benefits. So the residential density, you can get a 10% density increase over the base zoning district for any of those 1, 2, 3, 4, the affordable housing, reduced vehicular trips, increased open space, and commercial uses, as I've described them. Any one of those, if that is provided as a public benefit by the developer in the PUD, you may obtain a 10% for each one of those increase in your residential density allowed over what the base zoning district allows. Now, the max for residential density bonus so that the PUD doesn't get so out of character with the surrounding neighborhood and the intent of the base zoning district, we're proposing to cap that at 25%. So let's say a developer came in and said, well, I'm going to provide 2 times affordable housing. So I'm going to provide 20% of that to be determined 80 or 120% AMI housing. So I'm going to do the affordable housing twice, 10%, 10%. And then I'm also going to include 5% of commercial uses. So that's 3 public benefits, but because we're capping the additional residential density, they'll only get a 25% max total density increase over the base zoning district. For the height increase, again, that's a one-time bonus. Any of those 4 benefits, if you provide that as a public benefit, you will be allotted a height increase up to 40 feet That height increase is only available in the R2 and the R2MH zoning districts. Because the height allowances in the other districts are higher anyway. The waived impact fees, again, 1-to-1 basis for each unit at or below deed restricted affordable unit at or below 60% rental or owner occupied. On a 1-to-1 basis for each of those, the bonus to the developer would be that the impact fees for that unit are waived. If you have a structure that has 5 affordable units and 5 that aren't affordable, then the impact fees are figured out according to the number of units. And so taken from that formula. Then again, for affordable housing for developers, if again, we're really trying to get that low income affordable unit. So if they are providing at or below 60%, not only will the impact fees be waived for that unit, but it also will count towards that 10% of affordable housing that can get them a residential density bonus, that top incentive. And I think that's it. We have in your packet, I did go through and address for a zoning text amendment. There are zoning criteria that have to be met. And I'm happy to touch on that, but I thought it was pretty clear cut, and I explained in your staff rec that this does meet all of those as I see it.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. Chair Newts and members of the commission, please stand ready for any questions you may have.
Yeah. Who has clarifying questions first?
I'm good.
You? have any?
I do.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. So I missed the August meeting where we talked about this. But I recall, not the August meeting. I was here for the August meeting. I missed the September meeting. And I recall us discussing some AMI thresholds. And it seems like some of those have been taken out. As I'm asking that question, I'm remembering Jen's explanation of that, and so I'll save that for discussion. She already answered that question. For in section C2, height increase, there is a commercial use public benefit listed for height increase. And I could see an applicant wanting to build let's say a convenience store.
Can you tell us what page you're on? I'm sorry.
In the packet, it's page 40. In my packet, it's page 40.
Great, okay, thank you.
I could see, for example, a developer wanting to build a convenience store and saying, I'm providing commercial use, and so I want a height increase. So it would make sense to me to either take that out or specify like a mix of uses. And I guess my question, sorry, I'm kind of bordering on deliberation here, but my question is, am I understanding that correctly? Is there a reason, like, is there a way to avoid that loophole of a commercial development saying we're providing commercial uses and therefore we qualify for a height increase?
So to be clear, the question is for entirely commercial
Exactly.
uses that they would be
Exactly.
entitled to a height increase. Well, you know, I think if I were to look at the just that proposed PUD, kind of in an evaluative state, you know, I would go back to section B of the proposed ordinance and you know, as I look at that, an entirely commercial PUD, I'm not sure that would achieve the objectives of this ordinance, and so that type of application might actually not proceed forward. You know, when I look at several of those objectives,
So
But no, it's an interesting question.
So the administrative process would require staff to feel satisfied that all of that intent is achieved in the application prior to assessing any kind of formula between public benefit and provided incentive. Is that how that works?
Yes, and I think it would go towards staff's recommendation towards those advisory boards about whether or not to approve or deny the proposed PUD. And we would, you know, of course, go back to not only the evaluation criteria, but also the objectives and really does it solve those objectives?
Okay.
But that is it's an interesting intellectual conversation.
We can always count on Commissioner Lyons for that.
You know, I've got more things that maybe border on deliberation, but I'll just leave it at this last question of. I saw in the HRDC letter, a mention of enforcement mechanisms or like understanding the tenure of something going forward, and I don't see that in here. I'm wondering if I have missed anything.
No, that's a fantastic observation and kind of the question that underlies it. You know, that is something that we anticipated would come in the application, where if an applicant is looking at affordable housing or deed restricted housing. I mean, certainly we have in the public benefits that, you know, items A and B are that, you know, the housing is deed restricted. And so, you know, that would, the duration of the level of affordability would be included in the deed restriction. And so we imagined that would be covered there. And then as far as kind of a management and, you know, observation plan, if you will, for post construction compliance, we imagine that would come through in the application process as well. And I think the reason, you know, one reason that we did not really include that in the ordinance was really there to be clear to everyone. There is a path forward for applicants to achieve those developer incentives that does not include affordable housing within a PUD, right? And so simply by providing, you know, increased open space, reduced vehicular trips, or commercial uses exceeding 5% of the floor area, you know, a development team would be eligible for a density bonus. And so that's the reason it doesn't appear in the ordinance.
Great. One more question that just popped, or I just remembered that I had. Could Mr. Gager, would you clarify or have Jen clarify the purpose of the maximum of 50% undeveloped open space? I get it that we want it to have public benefit, and if it's not developed for recreation, it doesn't have public benefit or has less public benefit, but I would argue that there's still lots of public benefit of undisturbed open space. And so, and I think honestly, that's a spirit of the comments that we heard in the growth policy, is a kind of a reference for our undisturbed open spaces. And so to require that they be developed for recreation to a certain degree seems a little bit off of the spirit of some of that direction in the growth policy to me. So I'm kind of curious what the thinking is on having that threshold.
No, a fantastic question. As Director Severson alluded to in her talk, we really saw that in the subdivision regulations. And so it was just kind of a little bit of ideological consistency with that. But I certainly do recognize that, you know, it is within the purview of the commission to make that policy decision that perhaps 50% is not appropriate for these types of developments.
Good. And we can talk about that.
Commissioner Lyons, I'm sorry, can you tell me where that is, where you're seeing that bit?
I saw it on her slide.
Yeah.
But it is in the strike through somewhere.
It's on page 45 of the revised packet, which I believe is gonna be page 41 on your original packet. On the, item number III, it's just at the top of the page.
41 item, what did you say?
Triple I. Open space, and then the second line, no more.
I'm not
than
seeing
half
it.
of-
I think it's on board.
On page 40.
It's in-
You're talking
Yeah,
50% or it's only
yeah,
20?
it's on the
Here.
top of page 40 on our
Thank you.
packet.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lyons.
And I was
40.
accidentally misleading when I said that was my last question.
This is a gracious space.
Thank you.
But it's capped at 25%, not 50.
No, but it's 50% of,
The open.
Help me.
Oh, I saw it.
Increased open space 20% or more.
it was on her slide.
saw it.
It
I
might,
saw it on
it
her
might
slide
not
too.
be in the packet. It was on her slide.
It's just after the semicolon, where you're reading Commissioner Schwartz, where it says, after the semicolon, no more than half of dedicated
Oh,
open
yeah.
space. may-
So it said 50% on our slide, but it says half here.
Oh, okay, no, all right, I see.
Mr. Gager, this one is for you.
Oh, yeah.
We, in one of the public comments, I think made an interesting point. Which is there's this plan to do our overhaul of our zoning ordinance. And which I imagine is gonna include a lot of public engagement. And be discussing like a lot of things that are very directly related to this. And so I'm curious what the strategic reason is for doing this now instead of as part of that process to overhaul the zoning ordinance.
Fantastic question. The zoning overhaul is going to be a lengthy process. And we are working through creating a scope of work and working with the Department of Commerce at the state level on a CDBG grant. I guess long way of saying, we don't envision that zoning overhaul being complete for probably at least another year from today. Realistically, it may be closer to 15 to 18 months from today. And when I joined the city and Director Severson joined the city, we heard from the commission that one of the primary goals for you folks was to work on implementing growth policy. And the planned unit development ordinance was really in our reading of the growth policy is one of the more concrete policy recommendations of the growth policy. And so we have been working on the PUD ordinance since, if I'm being honest with you, January, if not December of 22. And so just kind of recognizing the emphasis that the growth policy had on this particular policy, the duration of the coming zoning changes, we wanted to get to work on this because we really do think that the planned unit development ordinance represents a powerful tool to aid in the creation of housing units within the city of Livingston. And again, when I was hired, implementing the growth policy was a top priority, and addressing the housing situation was another top priority. And so this seemed like a policy prescription that satisfied both goals of the commission.
Makes sense. That's it for my questions. Thanks, Mr. Gager.
Thanks, Commissioner Lyons. Who would like to have a turn next?
I have a question.
Vice Chair Hill.
I think that I'm gonna Commissioner Lyons kind of started the question, but then thought maybe it was more deliberation, but I'm gonna go a little bit further. So as we talk about the AMI percentages, or we had previously, for some of this public benefit, now we're saying we're gonna do that in the application phase. But I guess I'm concerned about, I guess my question is, who's gonna make that determination in the application phase? Like, if it's 80 to 100% AMI? I mean, from my perspective, and I don't know if this is a question or deliberation, but maybe more of a question, but from my perspective as the commission, if we put it in this ordinance, we're setting it at that percentage of 80 to 100. Yes, that's gonna fluctuate, but that's the percentage, that's where it's set, then you year to year go and look at what AMI is and look at what those numbers are. And so I guess my concern question is, why would we put it in the application? Who gets to determine what that is? Because at this point, it doesn't look like there is a determination that it's 80 to 100 or anything else. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, and please know that at a staff level, we devoted a significant amount of time to this conversation and the issue. And you know, I think ultimately what we realized from our extensive conversations with both the development community and the housing community, which really probably is the same community, right? I think that what we heard is the difficulty with achieving affordability in the current market really is a feature of where we are at in the economic cycle. And so we are in the unfortunate position where labor costs are high, material costs are high, and the cost of money, interest rates are high, right? And so the ability to create units that are highly affordable at that 60% level or even lower than that really isn't feasible right now. Just because of those three cost levers, and then throw in the cost of land really, and you know, and so we do recognize that the ability to create affordable units fluctuates with the economic cycle. And so in doing some research, there are a number of communities in the country where at you know, various times in the year, the elected body may be asked to adopt affordability targets. And so recognizing that those affordability targets again change with where we are in the economic cycle. And so Director Severson and I had some fairly extensive conversations about you know, what to include in the application versus not, you know, versus having in the ordinance. And this seemed like one that would be appropriate for us to have a little bit more timely control over, so that, you know, as things change, we have the ability to respond to those. But we would be happy to bring annually or more frequently than that, if desired by the commission, the application materials back to you folks for review and comment. And if the commission, you know, we envisioned that we would review the PUD ordinance after a year of operation to ensure that it's meeting the goals. And as part of that, we would be happy to have an annual conversation or more frequently or less frequently as you desire about what those affordability levels could be and whether 80 and 120 is the right place. So hopefully that answers.
That does, no, that's really helpful. And I guess kind of just jumping off from there too. So we're talking about the application, that information is in the application. The application is not in the packet, right? Like I didn't miss something. So then when that application is created, is that clearly through staff that creates that application? Does that application come to us at some point to look at? I guess I have a question around that as well.
So yes, the application will be created by staff, but we would be happy to bring the proposed application back to you folks for approval. Perhaps the Livingston Municipal Code requires the second reading of a zoning related ordinance occur not less than 15 days after the first reading. So we would not be able to bring the PUD ordinance back to you folks until the beginning of November. And at that time, we'd be happy to bring a draft application if that pleases the commission.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. One other question, comment. I had in my notes from a previous meeting, section B, which would be on our page 38. To achieve the stated intent, a PUD shall further the following objectives. I had circled that and said, and I feel like I remember a comment even from Mr. Hess about shall not being the right word. Anybody remember that?
So the comment actually was that between shall and further, we should consider putting one or more, because as it is currently constructed, it could be interpreted that a PUD application must satisfy all 7 of those objectives.
Okay.
And so
Thank you for.
Okay. So we just need
so we would be we'd be happy to make that adjustment if it pleases the commission.
I just had this needs to change circles, and I was like, I don't know what that means. So, okay, there we go. Those are my questions. Oh, I guess
You're done?
I will, yes, I will yield.
Impeccable memory.
If that's the case, we were to go with at least one. Then that creates a problem with that commercial point that I made.
Mm,
So that's something to think about. That's why I wanted to jump in. Just to
Thank you.
make that connection.
perhaps we could circle back to that in deliberations.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that work for
Yeah.
everybody?
If I didn't say it then, I was gonna.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. This is the gracious space. Yes. Are you good with me going now?
Yes.
Okay. So I have just a couple of clarifying questions. So is it the case that the commercial will be deed restricted, Mr. Gager? I was a little bit unclear in the presentation.
So, I would offer that when live work units are involved in the PUD. In order to kind of achieve that public benefit of commercial uses, I would offer that in that situation. Yes, we would absolutely want that to be deed restricted because that is a public benefit that is being used to obtain one of those incentives for the project.
But if something's created as commercial, would it be required that it gets redeveloped as commercial to maintain that use as well, if it's not a live use and it's purely a commercial?
Yes, I would offer that.
okay.
If that is a public benefit that is being used to obtain an incentive, then it needs to
Okay.
be.
I'm just,
restricted as-
I'm looking into the future that
Mhm.
this. We're seeing development and redevelopment of PUDs is what I'm imagining, so. Okay, the next. Question I have is about, it's really looking at this section F. The public review process. So the way that it's laid out, I just want to acknowledge that I think it was our last meeting talked about boards. And that the state changed one of the laws regarding zoning and planning. So I want to leave room for the commission if we decide in the future to change that. How will this ordinance impact any proposed changes that the commission may or may not make? I have no idea what we'll do, but I just want to make sure that we're.
No, fantastic question. I appreciate your you're looking ahead to possible situations, and I guess I would offer that the recent legislation which clarified municipalities' ability to merge certain boards did require that, or does require that if a merged board or consolidated board is acting, it must be clear at all times if that board is acting as a zoning commission or a planning board. And so those two independent functions do exist into the future.
Okay.
And so-
So it would still work with any, if we
What
keep
we
things
have
the
now.
same, or if we change them, this ordinance still works either way.
Absolutely.
Great. One thing I would really appreciate clarification on is like walking us through a hypothetical situation, because this public review process is different than anything we do right now. And I'd like to know where staff falls in this process. So I'm starting on page 42 in my packet.
Mhm.
Like, does that make sense, my question? Where do the conversations have between staff and the developer, and what this process looks like for the public? Because it's clear that the commission still has the final say over. Okay,
Yeah, so and if I may, I do recognize that the chair's comments started regarding section F, public review process,
Yeah.
but if I may just kind of back it up.
Yeah.
And bring your attention up to section E, application procedures. So really, we imagine that the staff involvement with a PUD application really begins in that pre-application meeting with the prospective applicant. And this is required even before they submit an application, and we'll come in and every Thursday at 1:30, we have an internal city development review team meeting comprised of the planning department, building department, public works, fire, myself. And so we expect that we will bring applicants into that. process into that meeting and have a conversation with them. Really give them kind of a one-stop shop, if you will, to work through any questions they have. And so we expect that's where staff involvement begins. And then after we certainly will help them through the work session that is called out in item F1, that is kind of a public work session with the community. And that really is in that pre-application submission timeframe, as well as denoted in E2. And so we expect several touch points with an applicant before they actually submit the application. And then, of course, afterwards, they will work with staff through that process. So we do envision this to be a process where staff is involved early to ensure that any application that comes in meets the intent of the PUD ordinance, matches the growth policy, and is able to move forward in that way.
So for instance, if the public gave really strong feedback and something was needing to be changed as it worked through the process, the applicant would be able to go back with staff and work on amending or changing the proposals that moves forward to the zoning commission and the planning board and the city commission. So hopefully by the time it made it to the city commission, the applicant would have, but most of the public's concerns hopefully would be addressed by that time.
And that is our hope,
Okay.
and that is why that the step that is included in section E2, the notification of landowners and providing a method by which the surrounding landowners may offer comments on the proposal, and all comments received must be included in the PUD application. And so we have built in not only internal staff review processes, but also a public review process on what is being proposed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you walking through that, since this is really different than the way we do things now in some ways. I think that's it for clarifying questions. Anything else? Are we ready to move it along? Okay, so I am aware that there might be some tweaks that commissioners want to make. We do need a motion. Do you all want to talk about the changes you want to make now, or do you want to hear from the public first? I know there were some like text amendments and things you wanted to, that a couple of you brought up. Do you want to, we could do a general motion now and then we could amend after we hear from the public? Or you could offer those amendments first before we open it up to the public. What do you think? Otherwise, I would suggest we just use the motion here if you want, and then amend if that's where people are at. Yeah,
Be cleanest, I think.
I think it might be cleanest. That way we don't end up with 2 rounds of amendments.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, assuming that somebody wants to make a motion
Right.
before this, but, okay, so let's have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 3043.
I'll second that.
A motion by Schwartz and a second by Kale. All right, so we're ready for public comment on ordinance 3043. I'll start with people in the room, please, first. Hi, Catherine.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Daly. I reside at 520 South 9th Street. I'm here on behalf of HRDC and the Park County Housing Coalition. And I want to thank the Commission and city staff for ongoing opportunities to engage in the creation and refinement of this PUD ordinance. We've been engaged pretty actively for the past few months. Unfortunately, I'm here to say that we oppose the proposed PUD ordinance as written. Currently, this is nominally an ordinance to address a key community need that is housing, but many of the provisions in the regulation backed by regulatory power that would support the creation of much needed middle income community housing are not present or have been removed from this draft. Some of our proposed suggestions have been detailed in the letter that was provided to the commissioners earlier today. So I don't want to belabor those. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission has about some of those specific suggestions and why we are concerned about, in particular, removing the income targets. for what is considered affordable. In the letter I provided, I tried to document the need for income targeting for renters and owners making different percentages of our area median income. I also presented the recommendations that we heard from developers in a meeting that we had with city staff at the end of August. I guess I'll just use this time to say that affordability requires sort of two general parts. And one of them is bringing homes to market that are priced at levels that are affordable to people in our community. And the second part is ensuring that people who are making those incomes can get into those homes. And that first part are the developer incentives. And the second part, there are those compliance mechanisms that we talked about. There are other mechanisms that I've detailed in my letter that are also very important, such as connections with the objectives of the ordinance, connections with the criteria by which applications are reviewed, and potentially some other incentives, such as those brought up by developers like parking reductions or parking waivers. But those two key components, getting the unit to market at a price that's affordable to our target income levels, which are clearly specified in a regulation, and then having clear compliance mechanisms also specified in the regulation that are required as part of the application process. This is actually not a unique circumstance. Subdivisions, for example, have really clear requirements for their applications in the regulation. And I think that is a very helpful encouragement to potential developers to get their application right and reduce workload on behalf of city staff who are trying to figure out whether the application meets requirements and should move on to the next stage. So I think having both of those components, along with the other ones that I mentioned in the letter, are really, really important to making this regulation effective, because I think that is what we are all here to do. As far as market fluctuations, what I can say is that there was a study that came out earlier this year, published in the journal Urban Studies, measuring the impacts of upzoning, particularly on the creation of housing in communities across the nation. And what they found is that it takes years for the effects of regulations like this to have measurable impacts. So I would very much doubt that we would want to be changing a regulation as often as annually. But we also heard that with the zoning overhaul that's coming up maybe 18 months ahead, there will be an opportunity for that if there's some major market fluctuation and we need to adjust our income targets. So I think that's all that I have for now, and I'm happy to take any questions from the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there other folks in the room that want to offer public comment? Hi, Patricia.
Hi.
You put on your winter coat, Patricia. It must be changing seasons.
It is. It is faster than I wanted to. It's been such a glorious year this year. Patricia Grabo, 204 East Calendar Street. First of all, I again commend this commission for picking up this issue. If we had previous speakers spoken to how it takes time, but it was I first proposed it in 2005. And it would have taken effect by now, and we would have certainly more affordable housing than we have at this point. So please don't wait another period of time. This is really an important thing. I didn't realize that I'm not privy to the letter that HRDC. I don't know if the public should have the right to a letter like that if the commission's going to respond to it as such. I just don't know the legalities of that. But it's almost like HRDC is becoming another branch of our government. And I really feel like that is something we really should have the right to be able to see. If at all possible, I don't know. But I feel like I have such faith in this commission. And I feel like deed restrictions are great. It looks quite good to me as so far. And I really feel like this is the body that is to be considered in this particular thing, not a private organization or nonprofit or anything else if we could. Thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Or I can.
Oh, good.
Here's a copy and I'll share it on the screen. For folks.
And maybe I should put it on some public media or something.
It will be included in the minutes of the meeting.
Oh, in the minutes. Okay.
I have an extra copy of it, so.
Well, no, thank you. And I guess to be clear to the public, I am currently sharing the letter and please know this was received late this afternoon by the city. And so that is why it has not appeared in the packet.
Can you, since you brought it up, I'll just ask now, because I know that staff includes letters in the packet. When do things need to be submitted to be included in the packet?
So the packet goes out on the Thursday before a meeting. And so anything we have at that point will be shared. And then by noon, the day of the meeting, anything that's received at that point is forwarded on to you folks via email. Anything that comes in after noon on the day of the meeting, we certainly can't guarantee that any commissioner will see it before the meeting, but we will make a good faith effort, as we did today, to distribute such letters to the commission. So generally our preference would be to get it certainly by before noon so that it can be distributed to the commission with only 5.5 hours.
I mean, honestly, some of us at least work full-time, and so if we have to read it on our lunch break, if we get a lunch break that day. So thank you for getting it to us. But yes, things that come to the commission it's public, so the public knows, yeah, they will have access. Okay, any other public comment in the room on ordinance 3043? I'm gonna look online. Are there folks online that want to give comment on this ordinance? I'm gonna expand so I can see it. Oh, I'm not seeing any, are you?
I am not seeing any hands raised.
All right, so public comment on ordinance 3043 is closed. Commissioners. I think we got clarification for Patricia's question. Are there any other clarifying questions that people want to ask before we start deliberating?
Okay.
Right, who would like to begin? I know you also had some points that you might want to amend. There was like one line that you pointed out.
Yeah, so we can talk about it, but you want to start at the end? I'm not taking over your job, I'm taking over
I'm
your
not
job.
worried.
So
This is a gracious space. That's the theme of the night. Commissioner Lyons, did you want to?
I'm happy to.
Okay,
So we heard from Mr. Gager, and it sounds like he and his staff have been informed by the development community on this perspective. But I'm very much concerned about not including thresholds for affordability in the regulation. The point about how easy it might be to bring something that's affordable to market at a certain point in the economic cycle, like this point, for example, in the economic cycle. I understand that. But it's those challenging parts of the economic cycle that the market needs a push from the government to do what we need in terms of public benefit. It is at the high point of the economic cycle that it is most essential that that affordable housing gets on the market. And also, I would contend, it's at that high point in the economic cycle that there's going to be any development at all in Livingston. When it's easier for a developer to produce affordable housing because of where the market is, there is much less development pressure on the market. So to say we're gonna adjust it, we're gonna constantly administratively be adjusting our thresholds of affordability based upon what might be appealing to the development community, to me, misses kind of the whole purpose of doing affordable housing. It is now that it's hardest to bring affordable housing on the market, and that's why we have no affordable housing right now. And if we wait for that economic cycle to turn, and for it to be easier to bring economically to bring those things on the market, nobody's going to be knocking on our door looking to develop a PUD. So and also the AMI changes every year, that's true, but if we set it up at a proportion of the AMI can change every single year, but it's still the same proportion. So I think that that's a policy decision that is appropriate for us to make. And I don't think we're really achieving our goals if we don't make that decision as part of the regulation. That's kind of like my strongest point. My question about the commercial part still stands and still needs to be figured out. I'm also not entirely clear on this process, or if at the very minimum, I think in this discussion, we have to decide what our threshold is here in our packet, page 38, section B, to achieve the stated intent of PUD shall further the following objectives. We need to decide whether that means all of those objectives, some of those objectives, and nail down that language, because as I understood from Mr. Gager, it's going to be up to staff to determine whether or not these objectives are met and whether we're going to go through this very lengthy process that involves 2 volunteer boards and 2 city commission meetings. And we don't want there to be any kind of ambiguity really anywhere in this. I mean, I think those of us who've been participating in these land use decisions over the past couple of years know how challenging ambiguity in our regulation can be when it comes to implementing that regulation. And so those are kind of like my top concerns. My sense right now, and I'm not attempting to preempt any discussion, but the way that I feel right now is that this thing still isn't quite there yet. And I recognize and appreciate Mr. Gager's point that this is in response to priorities that he has heard communicated from us to him. And this is like the absolute right direction. And I'm not necessarily currently feeling like it's so important to ace this because it has the potential to be challenging to implement. And I want to make sure we do that. And I think we could actually do another 11, 12 o'clock meeting tonight, trying to get it like right where we need it to be. And I'll yield for now.
We might need to do another round of, just to be transparent, with the goal to not go till 10 or 11, if that's all right. Do any other commissioners want to chime in on, we're deliberating now? And if you don't have anything to say right now, that's okay too. Commissioner Kale, did you want to go next?
Yeah, I can go next. So I'll agree with Commissioner Lyons that section B, we really do need to nail that and kind of figure that out, because that becomes really ambiguous if it's one thing or all the things or a couple of the things. And I agree with with his other points. About setting these thresholds, I mean, I think that we know, you know, when we look at housing and from housing professionals, that 80 to 120 is that sort of sweet spot for, I think, for what we're looking for affordable housing, and that will that percentage will fluctuate with income. And so I think it makes sense that we set that in the ordinance, so that when people are looking at this and deciding if they want to build a PUD, they know what they're getting into and what where they need to hit. Because if we're changing this, you know, frequently enough, we know how long some of these applications take, and if we're midstream, someone's working on something like this and we change it, what does that mean? As well. I also really do think that we need to, within this ordinance, talk about who gets into these properties, how do they qualify for them, so that we are getting the targeted audience of population into those homes. And what's deed restricted and what's not. I mean, we're kind of not calling out, you know, for some of these commercial uses, that they would get this developer, they would get the incentive, but then we're not saying, well, that's deed restricted and has to stay that way. And I feel like it probably needs to be in the ordinance and not just in the application. I think that those are my bigger concerns. I'll stop there for now. Hold on.
Yeah, that's great. Other commissioners? Have anything you would add at this time? Schwartz or Friedman?
Nope.
Okay. I would say first, I'm really glad to see this moving forward. I know we're in a position as a commission right now where, gosh, there's like no perfect order for second, third, fourth to get all the things done that we're trying to move forward at once. So I appreciate that we're moving this forward at the same time as we're moving lots of other things forward. And there's a lot of overlap, you know, the downtown master plan is a great example of another thing that's moving forward at the same time. And so, I appreciate that in order to do all the things we're trying to do during our limited time on the commission, we have to do it at the same time. I actually think that this PUD has come a long way since we first saw it, and I'm much happier with it now than the first time it came before us. And at the same time, I recognize that not all the commission feels like it's quite where it needs to be before everybody feels like we've reached consensus, and I'm comfortable having those conversations too. I am curious about some process questions. So I just want to acknowledge, I believe the conversation about AMIs, this is a question for you, Mr. Gager, how to frame it in this ordinance, the final draft, my understanding was some of that came from affordable housing, nonprofit people that you reached out to. So the entire affordable housing nonprofit community might not be in agreement about how to present this. And so could you talk a little bit about why it was presented this way based on the outreach that you all did?
No, absolutely, Chairman. It's a fantastic question. And so we did, the city is in constant contact with many housing groups within the state of Montana. And we have spoken to HRDC and others, and we did hear from several other affordable housing work groups and practitioners that there are times when 60% affordable housing is possible and can be built. And so in order to have any chance at building units that have that level of affordability, we do really need to tie something to that, right? To make that happen, because without that, if we specify 80 or 120%, that is what we will get. And so without having an avenue that creates them at that 60% affordability level. There was a feeling from some housing advocates that we would never achieve that level of affordability. And so, you know, this is that policy mechanism to obtain that. And really, I don't think that the 60% that is in the ordinance is incompatible with achieving 80 or 120% affordability levels in the current market if the city commission does adopt affordability targets on an annual basis or some other basis. And I will say that my experience in municipal government over the last 7 years is really reflective of what we heard from the community. I can think back 6 years ago to another municipality I was in where we were creating 60% affordable housing units on projects that came through. And then by the time I left, and now when I look at that community, their affordability target is at that 80 to 120%. And so there are communities where that target moves with the economy, recognizing that only certain units really can be created at certain times. And so that is why that's there, both from what we heard from the housing community and then also some of staff's experience as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the other question I had is this, I do think it would be nice if we could get some clarity around some of the repeated questions and themes that we brought up. And so perhaps we can circle back to that at the end of this deliberation, how to move that forward. But this idea of who gets into the property and how people qualify is an interesting topic. I feel like on the commission, gosh, even many years ago, we were talking about this too. And the process for that, because we don't have a housing department. And so I'm wondering, you know, how staff imagine that particular part of the application gets handled, given that we're not probably at the position at the size of the community and the size of our general fund where we're going to be talking about adding a housing department specifically. Maybe we will be, I don't know, but I'm curious what your thoughts are regarding that and how you administer something like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There really are several mechanisms that can be used to manage that, and you are correct. In Livingston, we are not at the point where we have a housing department or an independent housing authority. In many other communities, you know, such an authority would be the mechanism to kind of do that affordability or that income test, right, at the point of sale or at the point of turnover of the unit. And so I have had conversations with nonprofits that operate in the housing space, including HRDC. They have expressed some interest in supporting the city in those affordability and income tests, but they're just one option. There are within the country, there are a number of different providers that provide that service. And I mean, as we saw in HRDC's letter, it really is a fairly simple table that talks about different income levels and different affordability levels, and it's put out by a federal agency. And so it is not sending a person to Mars. It is relatively easy process to administer. And you know, I could envision, because it happens nationwide, I could envision a situation where a development or an applicant is self-certifying using those tables that are produced by HUD, and then providing us that data on an annual basis or on an as requested basis. And so there really are a lot of different solutions, and I would offer that the Park County Housing Coalition may be a partner in that. And so, like I said, there's a lot of options, and we want to leave that a little bit open-ended for the applicants. But knowing that as we pointed out earlier, we'll have many pre-application conversations, and that will be an area of discussion with applicants that are thinking about affordable housing, as we'll talk to them about, you know, who and how they will make those certifications.
I guess I'm thinking about it not, I mean, yes, as an option for the applicant, but also as an option for the commission, knowing that there's a lot of competition over the budget. And wondering like if this offers the commission into the future some more flexibility to how to have targets met without it costing taxpayers, because I know. You know, the community talks a lot about wanting development to pay for itself, and so I think of this as being potentially part of that, if there's a way that it's on the developer as part of one of the things they're offering to the community to get that benefit. Part of the benefit that taxpayers receive is they're the ones, you know, doing that work rather than it falling on the city commission to figure out how to pay for it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it absolutely, it does make sense, and I guess I would offer without jumping too far down the agenda is that we have a fee resolution later on that will be presented to you folks, and I could imagine a circumstance in the future where we may have a fee associated with housing affordability compliance.
Okay.
And so that is certainly something that we have the ability to recover costs on and not shift that burden onto the general fund.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful to think through, and I agree with Commissioner Lyons. It's helpful to think through maybe some of these finer points before we have an application in front of us, so that the success rate for the community is higher and people are, getting what they want. I think that's the things that are weighing on me that weren't already mentioned by other commissioners. Deed restriction is something that I'm especially interested in thinking about as well. You already covered that. So for a process forward, how about it's 7:05? How about we take a short break and then we come back to this and figure out how we're gonna move this forward, what steps we need to do next, give staff the chance to. Okay, so can I get a motion for like, how many minutes do you need, Mel? Do you want 10?
Yeah.
Okay, can I get a motion for a 10-minute break?
I'll make the motion for a 10-minute break.
Second.
Motion by Lyons, or, motion by Kale, sorry, second by Lyons. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Great. Ugh, I need eye drops.
Let me.
Okay, so, before we move to next steps, I believe that Commissioner Friedman had something that he wanted to talk about too. You mentioned something about wanting to explore or have a better understanding of how PUDs are successful in other communities. And does staff have any insight to offer on where they're being used or how they're benefiting the communities that have already put them in place? Is that, did I get it right?
That's correct.
Yeah, Mr. Gager, can you speak to that?
Yes, I can say that the planned unit development ordinances exist in a great many places, including here in Montana. And they have proven to be a very effective tool for creating housing, but also creating developments that are more reflective of community desires and also the growth policy, or comprehensive plan with whatever a community adopts. Because as we discussed earlier, there really is typically opportunity for public engagement very early in the process, and for the community to work with an applicant and a development team to ensure that the development is meeting the needs of the community. And so, whether it's across the hill in the Bozeman Belgrade area or up in northwestern Montana, where I was up in the Flathead area, they've used PUDs quite effectively to create a number of housing units over the last 10 or so years. And so I think that is why the growth policy included this model ordinance. This, like I said, really was one of the most concrete land use recommendations within the growth policy, so much so that it included a model ordinance for us to adopt. And so we are optimistic, and I'll be clear with the commission and the community. I have been contacted by members of the local development community that are interested in pursuing this route for projects that otherwise would go through the large lot subdivision process. And I think one thing that folks are encouraged by is the opportunity to create housing units in areas of the city that might otherwise have been single family houses. And so to have a more diverse housing stock that more closely meets the needs of the community, whether it's studios, one bedrooms, what have you. I do think that there is good potential here in the community for this tool if adopted.
Do you feel like that gets at your question?
Yeah. Yeah, I just felt that, in my commission years, we talked about this earlier, but with very little information.
Mhm.
Fast forward, it's being used extensively. And you would like to know the pluses and the minuses. So I just would, I don't feel like dropping it, but I'd like to get some input from people that actually are using it and can answer questions that we have. So that's where I am.
Mm.
Yeah, nothing to lose, but we might have something to gain. That's all.
Yeah, it sounds like both you and Director Severson have experience with this. So it sounds like there's some staff that have used this, and then perhaps some developers that want to develop in the city have used this, as well as some of the nonprofit partners have been involved.
Oh, absolutely. Without speaking for Director Severson, I think both of us come from communities that have a rich history of planned unit developments, and we have seen how impactful they can be and how powerful they can be in creating housing units. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
but yeah,
do you want to take another round, or do you want to, it looks like you maybe wanted to say something, Vice Chair Kale?
let's keep moving here.
Keep moving.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, kind of on that same, Mr. Gager, you had mentioned that you had used this, a PUD, in other communities that you have worked in. And I think that you had mentioned previously too, a little bit about this, the affordable housing units. Can you tell us how, was that something that you did in that community and what the outcome of that was?
Yeah, absolutely. The community I most recently came from did have a planned unit development ordinance and had for over 20 years. And we saw, I can think of 3 applications at least that moved through the PUD process while I was there. And every one of them had a noticeable component of affordable units, and some of those units were created at the 60% level, others were at the 80 or 120% of affordability. And so I am optimistic about the potential, and I would say also it's, we've talked a lot about housing tonight and in this conversation, but one of the, I guess, defining characteristics of PUDs really is the ability to incorporate commercial uses into some of these. And, I think that is a key component of the growth policy, and a key desire of the community as expressed in the growth policy is to replicate these historic neighborhood patterns and walkable neighborhoods that exist in Livingston in new developments, right? And it occurs to me and others on staff and in the community that we can't create walkable neighborhoods if we don't give people something to walk to. And it's not necessarily realistic for us to expect folks that may live in Northtown or Discovery Vista to walk to Town and Country, or to walk really to any retail establishment in the city of Livingston, because they are so far away. And we all frequently, not all, but many members in the community discuss an additional grade separated rail crossing. And to the extent that the PUD ordinance is able to induce the creation of commercial activity on the north side of the tracks, it certainly lessens the number of car trips over the tracks. And so, again, we focused a lot on housing tonight, but I think that there are many benefits to PUDs that we've seen in other communities that would I think resonate and solve a lot of our issues here in Livingston. So for a number of reasons, staff and myself are optimistic about the opportunities that this ordinance will create to really achieve many of those goals of growth policy.
And did you, in the ordinance and the community that you were in previously, did you specifically state a percentage of AMI in that public benefit sort of situation, or did you leave it at affordable and that was something you adjusted year to year?
Yeah, that was not, we did not have specific affordability targets in our ordinance. They were adopted by the city council and the mayor in that community. And I will note as staff and I were developing this ordinance, we used a number of Montana communities, including Hardin, Columbia Falls, Bozeman, Kalispell, Whitefish, a number of others that have these ordinances in existence. And actually, I struggle to think of a single one that identified their affordability targets within the ordinance. This few that had affordability targets, it's my understanding those targets were identified by the commission after the fact on an annual basis. And so yeah, I think that the path that we are headed is relatively similar to that has been tread by Montana communities in the past.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. Mr. Gager, you just mentioned the ability to provide commercial uses as something that the development community is interested in. I don't actually understand how, because the developer incentives are residential density, bonus, height increase, or waived impact fees. And I do see mention as I see mention of provision of commercial uses as a public benefit, but I don't see that as a developer incentive. And the way that I read this, I don't actually see this regulation allowing for commercial uses in otherwise residentially zoned areas. But please help me understand if I'm missing something.
So I guess the question as I heard it is that the commissioner does not quite see how this enables commercial uses in otherwise residential areas, if I heard that correctly. I guess I would point to section C3, where we talk about commercial uses in PUDs that are not allowed by right in the base zoning district must be appropriately scaled and compatible with the other uses, and the sentence continues. And so it seems like in that section, we are at least enabling commercial uses that would not otherwise be allowed by right.
So I see that as explaining the application of commercial uses, but not actually explicitly enabling commercial uses. And to me, the enabling, the incentives, what we're providing outside of the constraints of zoning are the developer incentives. And so this PUD minimum size and allowed uses. That kind of just reads to me as like stipulations of the implementation and not as an actual benefit to the developer. So I don't know, I guess I see it there and the language there makes relative sense to me, but it is kind of hidden and it's not being broadcast in this ordinance, that inclusion of commercial uses in otherwise residential zones is something that this ordinance is enabling.
Commissioner Lyons, if I may, it's under the public benefits side.
Right, that's what that's what the developer provides to the public.
Right?
So I guess it's the framing of the ordinance that's confusing to me,
Mhm.
because, and maybe it's just the way that you just discussed that, Mr. Gager, as that's an interest of the developer is the ability to, incorporate commercial uses. But that's, I guess, just not how it's like, how I read the ordinance.
I thought he had said it was the interest of the public.
Well,
Okay,
that makes sense, and I guess it's not super obvious to me that enabling commercial uses in residential areas is something that this ordinance is providing to development communities.
You know, if I.
Please do,
could
yeah.
respond, Sharon, it's, you know, I guess, and I've certainly pointed to one part in the proposed ordinance, but I guess I could also point to section E3C, which, you know, talks about section E, I apologize, is the application procedures. And section, you know, the subsection 3 of that talks about the application submittal requirements. And item C on that is a listing of each deviation or class of deviation from the base zoning district and a justification for the deviation. And so, you know, recognizing that, that commercial activity is allowed in a limited basis in certain zones that would be eligible for PUDs, to the extent that an applicant was seeking that public benefit, that would be kind of in that listed deviation or class of deviations, would be to, you know, certain uses that wouldn't be there. So, you know, while it may not be explicitly spelled out there, it is included. And, you know, quite honestly, I would offer, just as I made the comment earlier, that it is possible that an applicant could bring forth a PUD and achieve density bonuses without even discussing affordability of any of their units. I would offer that it is possible for the team to bring a PUD forward without commercial uses as well, right? And so we really have tried to create a tool that is flexible and allows an applicant to do certain things, but does not constrict them, because we recognize, based on conversations with the development community, that affordable housing is not the specialty of all developers, nor is commercial use the specialty of all developers. There are people that really just have a niche that may not touch either of those, or may touch one but doesn't touch the other. And so again, try to create a tool here that is a bit flexible and meets the needs of many applicants that may walk through the door, while also meeting the needs of the community and the goals of the growth policy.
Mhm. You still have the floor.
I will yield. Thank you.
Let's see, did you have anything, Commissioner Schwartz?
I'm just general comment. I know we're trying to create a absolute perfect document. But with that mind that we will review it on an annual basis to see how, you know, the applications have gone or are going and stuff like that. They will come to us eventually anyway. That we've got a pretty darn good document thus far to where we're at. I mean, we could go on for weeks and weeks, you know, trying to fine tune it and stuff like that. And but I think I'm happy with where it's at this point, and appreciate all the effort that Grant and staff put into it at this point. So that's all. I just wanted to make a general comment.
I guess it's my turn then. In my free time, I study things like the history of policy and policy development for fun. I understand that most policy changes are incremental and that this feels like a leap since we don't have one, but I also understand that we'll move it forward and make changes over time. I do feel like there's some things in here I like about the way it's set up. You know, being on the commission for just over almost exactly 5 years, just a couple weeks away. 5 years. I've seen examples of things that were harder for the commission to change because they were in ordinance, and things that we had wished were not in ordinance, that we could be more flexible on to meet the needs of the community at that moment in time. So I think this does have a balance there that allows for that, with the understanding that the commission, whoever's on the commission at the time, will still have the final say in some of these specifics, which is a policy decision. And it will still be in the hands of the commission to figure that out. But I've been on the side where things were written in ordinance and we didn't have the flexibility because they were in ordinance. And so I appreciate the balance. I also don't want to make light of this public review process that's more robust than anything we've ever seen in the city of Livingston. And the fact that this involves staff in ways that's much more intensive than we've probably also ever seen in the city of Livingston. And I think this is still, it should hold up to the test of time as the state is changing laws that are putting demands on staff, like staff has probably never seen across the state before, because it's administrative. What the state is doing is really changing the administrative process largely. So I think that this really like falls in line with a lot of things that are happening statewide. And there's some resilience built in by allowing some flexibility for the public, as well as whoever's on these boards and the commission to really refine it at that moment in time. So I also feel good about the bulk of it. I do think that there's a couple of things that Vice Chair Hale, I think, and Commissioner Lyons had pointed out that are some smaller edits. And maybe some things around deed restrictions. It could be nice just to get clarity. But largely, I feel good about this, where it's at. Other commissioners, we need to get to the point where we're gonna make changes, if we're gonna make changes, or if we think we need more time, we're gonna have to take more time. But we need to move in that direction, and I need a sense of where other people are at.
Yeah, like I said, I'm happy with as is at this point, but I'm not opposed to amending it either.
Okay,
I have no amendments to make, but I think we should
keep it.
keep it moving. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So should we just go down, maybe like go down a line, or who wants
However
to
you
go
wanna do it,
next?
Matt.
Okay, so it looks like Schwartz doesn't have any amendments to make. Who would like to go next?
So I would just say, I want to see this move forward,
Yes.
just in general. But I do think that there's some tweaks that we need to make, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to make those tonight, or if we need to, give staff more time to tweak, to make those tweaks. I am concerned about, as Commissioner Lyon and I both brought up, section B
Mhm.
and the shall, and what that wording would be, and I don't know that I know what the
Okay.
proper wording would be, but I know it's not right now.
Okay,
So that would be one of my big things. I would say probably after hearing from Mr. Gager about the affordable housing units, I think he may have swayed me into feeling like I would be okay with that.
okay. And then was there a
There was,
specific,
I think,
there was like a specific line that you had pointed out, and I was like, wow, you remembered that line.
oh, that was the shall one.
That
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 not
was the shall,
B.
that was the,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
I know that we had all kind of, I think at least three of us were maybe interested in that. No more than half of the open space needs to be developed, or, I don't,
No, that's fine, I'm making notes here so we can circle back, so that's DB
and then this was,
4-3.
yeah, the public benefit, like III. But that no more than half of the total.
Got it.
Space, yeah, that might need to be adjusted.
Okay, I have two things.
And then my other thing is just, I mean, I feel like, I don't know that, I think that it's explicitly stated in here enough now that I've read over it again, but just to make sure that those deed restrictions make sense and that the people who, the right people are qualifying for those deed restricted affordable homes. I think it says that in there. I think I'm okay with that, but
Yeah,
I'd like
that's-
to hear from, like, I would love to hear from other commissioners, their thoughts on that. So
Thank you. I'm taking notes.
I think those are my
big ones.
big concerns, but I can hear from others.
Okay. Who's next for things that they want addressed? Because then that'll guide like the next step forward for us. Yes, Mr. Lyons.
It seems to me like we are still entirely ambiguous on the case of a all commercial PUD.
Right.
Okay.
And I don't know if the five of us are lawyerly enough to work that out. I'm happy to, but it seems kind of technical.
So just to be clear, your concern is
So
this is not designed to create an all commercial PUD. So how do we make sure that that's not an option, correct?
That's right, so.
Okay.
And it's only a problem for for incentive of height increase.
Mm.
Because that's the only one where that would apply.
Okay.
And it actually, honestly, that would be pretty simple, like commercial use. And then parenthetical when applied to a mixed use or otherwise residential or something like that. So I don't know, maybe we can address that this evening. I appreciate Mr. Gager's homework on the setting of the thresholds. And I see this and as he even said, I see this largely as a tool for building affordable housing. And I think omitting our definition of affordable housing would be a mistake here. I think it's a policy decision, and I think it's a policy decision that should be in the ordinance. And I think if we set a reasonable definition, I think that as an economic cycle cycles, it will continue as a reasonable definition. But I think the idea of having an annual discussion about it really just weakens the efficacy of this policy that is largely to produce affordable housing. So I feel strongly that we should have a definition in the ordinance. I still feel that the provision or the allowance of non-residential uses in a otherwise residentially zoned zone is a very critical developer incentive in this ordinance, and I think it should be listed as a developer incentive. Because it wasn't until I've read this a few times over, and it wasn't until you framed it that way that I even thought about that as a potential benefit to the developer. And it is, you know, if that's the vision that a developer has and they are constrained by residential zoning, the ability to include a not by right allowed use within their development is a potential benefit to the developer. And I think it should be explicitly included in the developer initiative. And there was a mention in one of the public comments of potential for parking allowances to be an incentive. I've done a lot of work on transit-oriented developments. Obviously, transit-oriented developments are in a very different, much more kind of high-intense urban context. But at least in that context, I can say that developers are very intrigued by reduced parking requirements. Parking, particularly in an urban context, and that could include downtown Livingston, parking can be there, off-street parking can be exceptionally expensive. And I'm of the opinion, if a developer thinks that they could sell or rent a unit without that attached parking, there's probably a market for that. And when we talk about, and this is politically, this is a very unpopular opinion, but when we talk about the tools at our disposal and the influences of how people decide to get around, parking is actually like one of the most important determinants of whether people are going to choose to drive. And so if a developer sees that they might still be able to sell their units without that parking, then I think that would be a reasonable incentive. And I've seen in the literature and in conversations I've had with developers, albeit in different contexts, that is often a very attractive incentive. That's not something that I'm like gonna fight to the end, but I think, when I look at this table of public benefits versus developer incentives, the fact that they're not like one-to-one gave me a little bit of pause, like we're not providing that much to the development community. I think if we include some kind of language about the allowance of commercial uses, and then maybe parking allowances, that might kind of make this maybe even more appealing to the development community.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, so I'm gonna propose a process. First, I want to check in with Mr. Gage and propose a process so we can keep this moving. Do you have anything you want to add about process, or do you want to hear what I have?
I welcome your comments.
I was thinking we could just go through these one by one, get a sense of where the commission's at, because we may or may not have a majority of people that want these items amended. Then you get a sense of the direction that we want to go in. And then when we get to the end, you can help us figure out if these are changes we make now, or if you want staff to take some time and bring us back. It'll depend, obviously, on what we agree on.
Absolutely.
Does that seem like a reasonable process?
That sounds like a very reasonable process, and without, putting my bias on the process, I would offer that when I look at, I believe there were 6 items that were mentioned by my list. She's got 7. It seems like about half of them or so could very easily be satisfied tonight. So
Okay,
I am optimistic, depending on what the general consensus of the
Okay.
commission is, that there may be a path forward tonight.
so I'd like to just go through them and then we'll check in with you, and then go through the next one and then check in with you, and sort of like keep it rolling so that we're not here till 11, since I know the will of the commission is to sleep well and at great lengths. Is that reasonable? Okay, so number 1 on our list. We need to get clarity on that item B to achieve. So I'm looking at page 38 of my packet. To achieve the stated intent, a PUD shall further the following objectives, and there's a list of 7. So our first question is, do we want all 7 conditions to be met, or are we comfortable with some of the 7 conditions being met? And please correct me, Vice Chair Kale or Commissioner Lyons, since you two brought up this. Did I understand your intention correctly? That perhaps you don't want to require all 7 for a PUD to move forward?
I mean, I think we need to discuss that. I don't. I think we need to discuss if it's even possible for, let's say, 3 different hypotheticals that all achieve all of these objectives. Because I think we've put some time into those objectives. We've heard from the community on those, and we to me, they all make sense. But is it actually possible for them all to be satisfied?
No,
And if that's not the case, then we need to work on the language.
yeah, I think that it's not, I think there are instances whereby
Where the
not all
property is
public
up,
benefits
yeah.
have to be met, right? And a person or a applicant can move forward. I think that was the idea with a variety of public
Well,
benefits.
so the objectives and the public benefits are different.
Mhm.
And also I think it's worth stating that this is part, at least as I understood what Mr. Gager told us. This part determining whether or not the application satisfies this, that's gonna be a staff administrative process. So we want to keep that in mind, that that's something staff's gonna have to determine. It's not gonna be a public process. And I think we need to decide, is the spirit of this ordinance to satisfy all of these objectives, or is it to only satisfy some of these objectives?
I think that the commission does have the final say though on the interpretation of that.
Well, when it goes through the entire process,
Yeah,
we do,
right.
but at
Right.
at the initial stage, when staff is determining whether or not to take this through that process.
Right.
They will be making a determination on whether or not it's fulfilling these objectives.
Just like the staff does now with findings of facts. Where sometimes the commission disagrees with the staff interpretation, right? I mean, just to get clarity, is like
Yeah.
on the same page, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so what would you offer then is, either one of you, since you proposed this, do either one of you want to offer an alternative to what you might be thinking?
I mean, I don't know that I have an alternative, and I think one of the reasons that I brought this up too is because I thought our legal counsel last time objected to shall, and
Mhm.
so I'm curious to know, Mr. Gager,
Thank you for that.
where we ought to be on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would offer, from my perspective, two simple fixes for this, depending on the will of the commission. Maybe to amend the portion of the sentence after the comma to say a PUD shall further. And I would offer one or more of the following objectives, or shall further a majority of the following objectives, just depending on what level of furthering the objectives you folks would like. Two possible solutions, there are others.
Do you have a preference?
When I go through it, it looks to me like furthering a majority it would be possible, and I can't think of a scenario where that is too great of a threshold. I think that that's a pretty good compromise. It gives staff a little bit of room, and it doesn't diminish the importance of those objectives. So I like that.
Other commissioners?
I would agree.
Agreed.
Are you good with that?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, can I offer a comment?
That's up to Mr. Gager.
Yeah, John, is there something you'd like to jump in with?
Yeah, the way this reads now is that you have to satisfy all seven from a legal standpoint. If you're going to limit it to one or two or three or a majority, you got to specifically state that. But legally, if you were to end up in court, I believe the court would interpret this as reading that a developer has to meet all seven. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
So
So
you're,
we're good with majority?
everybody's good with them. Are you good with the majority? All right, so we're good with that one. One is off our list. Check. Number 2 on the list is DB4 III. So that is the increased open space conversation. Commissioner Lyons, I'm gonna do a little reflective listening and you can tell me if I'm close to your intent. But my understanding was that, the way that it's written, your concern was that we don't necessarily need to be developing all open space because the public in Livingston, depending on the site, might find that undeveloped open space is a greater benefit to the community than a developed open space. So an example that gets brought up, that I know Mr. Gager has brought up in other communities, might be riparian areas, for example, right? That there's a public benefit to not developing those
Yeah.
because they're very resilient parts of the ecosystem. Is that like an example that's?
Yeah, absolutely, and that, to. Yeah, so I think that it's arguable whether or not the public would agree that 50% of all open space needs to be developed in order for it to benefit the public. And I think in the context of where we live in the world, that's like especially true. So maybe I would just recommend removing that qualification. So just saying that 20% or more must be dedicated as open space. I think that if we're talking about a PUD, they're trying to sell units and they're gonna do so in a way that's as attractive to the buyers as possible. And also, I think that this could be part of a different and broader policy discussion about how we deal with open space. But I just don't like the requirement that 50% of it be developed. So I do offer as a expedient solution, we just remove that qualification.
And if I may chime in, I think, really like when we think about some of the places potentially that these like larger PUDs may go, the idea that we leave areas that potentially could be migration areas for specific animals. I think that's important too. And the further we grow out into the urban interface, I think the more we need to think about that.
I have I appreciate what both of you are saying, but I also have another perspective, and that's perspective as a mom with kids that don't drive. And I live in a part of town where the nearest playgrounds are probably, not that all kids need playgrounds, but it is something that the north side kids don't have access to as easily, and it's certainly not walkable. There's often just not sidewalks or safe places to walk for kids on the north side to get to the playgrounds that do exist. So I'm thinking about development on the north side and how those kids on the north side already have less access to develop public spaces than kids on the south side. So I'm wondering if there might be a compromise to be made where I know Director Severson was bringing up in the sense of commercial development, that it was appropriate to the scale of the development. And I wonder if there might be something with parkland where it was also appropriate, there was something relative and appropriate to the site, knowing that we do have some migration routes, and that's an important thing to consider. And we wouldn't want to put a playground like where bears migrate through town, but perhaps if it was an area that was getting some dense development, we might actually want to consider some developed open space so that kids had a place and families had a place, or other people that aren't kids that want to recreate, have a developed space that's walkable in their neighborhood as well. I wonder if there's like a compromise to be made there where it's not defined the way it's defined here, but it's appropriate depending on the location and the scale of the development. What do you think of that?
I appreciate the intent, and I don't have any ideas on how to achieve it.
Do you have thoughts on how, if there's a way to build in some flexibility, so it's not defined that all open space must be developed, but that in areas where, I know we talk about food deserts, maybe like the playground desert, that there's like, or developed parkland desert, that there's a way to build that in as a community benefit, that it is developed, but not requiring it to be so if it's an area that isn't appropriate for developed.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts on how that might be worked in?
I have some ideas, I would offer just reflecting upon the conversation and some of the comments that we heard on the September 5th meeting. And we had a conversation about cash in lieu of parkland, and just recognizing that there may be some smaller, especially if we're on the half acre end of the spectrum, there may be some smaller PUDs where perhaps it might not be viable. And so, I because of the flexibility or the intended flexibility of the tool, I guess I go to, the section F3 when it talks about the planning board and their evaluation and review of the proposed PUD. And I look at item D where it talks about the size and type of parkland and open space and demonstration of its adequacy for the land use densities and dwelling types proposed in the PUD. And it goes on from there. And so, I do think that that this conversation is part of the review process as it stands now. But, as with some other elements of the PUD, we have not been overly prescriptive in what an applicant must provide. So, yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question in any adequate way.
I think so. I think what you're saying is that, that this, first of all, the first point that was brought up by Commissioner Lyons, since it's a may and not a shall, that it's not prescriptive. And then that the planning board process would also, help define whether that remains open space that's undeveloped or whether it's developed open space. And then also the third point that you brought up is the cash in lieu of that not all developments would have parkland at all. So it sounds like what you're saying is that the points that we're all making are already sort of covered in here from your perspective.
I think so, yes.
How do you all feel about that?
When I read that sentence over again, I see a typo, and I also interpret may differently. No more than half of dedicated open space may, and then it's missing B for passive use as defined. So may is actually a power, like of requiring word there.
It's explicit of
In a way that it typically is not. So I read that and I would love to hear the city attorney's perspective on this. But I read that no more than, I'm gonna include my addition to the sentence.
Yeah.
No more than half of dedicated open space may be for passive use as defined in living.
That's not what that is.
Oh. Mr. Gager.
Jen, would you like to provide your point of clarification on the agenda there?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get on there that maybe calling it passive open space in the PowerPoint wasn't the way to go here. So type 1A, I'm gonna share with you what that actually is defined as in our subdivision code. And then maybe this will make a little more sense, and I apologize, bit of multitasking here. Share. So let me know when you can see this, please. It's shaded. This is just the way the ordinance was recorded.
We can see it.
We can see.
So type 1A saying no more than 50% of that can be type 1A. Type 1A in our subdivision ordinance means provides for the preservation of a physical amenity such as a meadow, a stand of trees, significant wildlife habitat or wildlife corridor, a scenic hillside with slopes less than 25%, a stream or significant water body, an area of riparian resource, or some other natural feature that the governed body determines is significant enough for a parkland dedication. Open space shall be managed to remain in a near natural state when it has been dedicated for preservation or conservation purposes and managed for weeds and public safety concerns. such as wildland fire and hazard trees. Public trail connections are permitted if deemed appropriate by the governing body. So that's what type 1A is. So the intent of the way I drafted it was to say that not more than the max of half of your 20%, so 10% of your PUD area that's open space could be that. The other thing I just want to say is, as the PUD is evaluated, if there's a migration corridor, if there's some other thing, that is all looked at during the PUD review. So I don't think that staff would recommend approving open space that's an active playground area where there would be a migration corridor or something else that we would not want to have developed. Does that make sense?
I will check with the commission. Commissioners, does that make sense? Or do you have questions, follow-up questions?
I'm still interpreting it the same way as I was before, that no more than half of the dedicated open space may be for this type 1A, which is basically undeveloped. So it's still, I'm still understanding this to mean that at least half of the open space must be developed or must be different from this undeveloped type of open space. And that's still a problem.
I would agree with Commissioner Lyons' interpretation of the proposed ordinance as written. And so, I think a fix, if it was the will of the commission, would really be to replace the semicolon with a period and delete everything after that. And that would, again, provide flexibility in how that open space is used, if that's meets the will of the commission.
Yeah, and then we get to that planning board, that public process where it does describe the consideration of the context of open space. It's just not prescribing that 50%, more than 50% has to be. And so I think that process would allow for what Chair Newts was talking about, for concern about, providing needed amenities in the context of a neighborhood. But it wouldn't, again, prescribe that half of it be developed.
All right, so are we at a spot for this one, delete after the semicolon?
Yeah, period. Yeah.
Commissioner Friedman, does that work for you too?
You good with that?
All right.
Okay.
So moving on, that's number 1 and 2. Check. Number 3, deed restrictions on affordable housing, and I'll add also commercial.
Oh, yeah. Could you have that in there?
Yeah, well, if we're
Mhm.
trying to have new neighborhoods mimic historic design, that would be part of it, right? So,
Well, and especially if it's a public benefit, then there should be
Yes.
a restriction on it staying that way, right?
right, and that is one thing that we've heard from affordable housing folks in other parts of the state, is that it's good to do deed restricted if you wanted to stay that way. Is that, Mr. Gager, do you think that it's explicit in here, or do we need to, is there a way to make it more explicit? Like how would it stand up if it went to court, kind of thing?
So if, I think we're talking about the, just explicitly saying that the commercial uses are deed restricted,
Mhm.
if I following along.
In affordable housing.
And it does say affordable housing is deed restricted. I mean, if you look at this, A and B both say deed restricted. Is there a time limit on that?
Let's,
So deed restrictions can be time delimited, or they can be in perpetuity. And so I have seen affordable housing go both ways. I've seen affordable housing deed restricted for 20 years, 40 years in perpetuity. And so that really would be, I think, something that comes along as part of the application. They would, the applicant would be offering up their level of deed restriction, their level of affordability and the length of the deed restriction included in that. And I think we could probably handle some of that in the annual declaration of affordability, or setting up the affordability targets by the commission. And then just to pivot a little bit to talk about deed restricted, commercial uses, I think we could add some language into the table section E, where we just denote that it is deed restricted, just as we did for the housing. Or alternatively, I would say below the table in section B, for IV, we could denote that the commercial uses must be deed restricted. There, we could add a sentence after that. If that makes sense, so.
Mhm.
So I understand deed restricting as a mechanism to ensure the continuation of affordable housing in a residential context. How is a deed restricted in a commercial context, and what is the purpose of restricting a deed in a commercial context?
I think it came up. Did you initiate that?
I think you initiated it, but I
It
think
was
the idea sort of is if you're giving a commercial, if they're getting a developer incentive for commercial uses, I guess when you brought it up, my brain went to, well, great, we put this commercial use in, and in 2 years, we're changing it to something else, and it's not gonna be commercial anymore. So how do we make sure that it stays, if we're giving them a benefit, if we're giving them an incentive to put commercial in, and then in 2 years, somebody decides that they're not gonna keep that commercial anymore. We gave something away and didn't really get the longevity of a commercial purpose. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do,
And so how do we make sure that thing stays commercial and doesn't, I guess, go to residential?
when I think about that scenario.
Yeah.
Well, let's envision a mixed use development where there's residential on top and commercial
Yeah.
on the bottom. If the commercial use were to leave and the owner can only find a residential use to replace it, that tells me that the commercial use isn't serving the intended purpose of mixed use, and that the market is demanding more housing. And
It's restricted.
I get that,
Yeah.
that the intention is to provide that mix of uses. And I guess I have some confidence in the way that the real estate market works, that the commercial use, the owner of the building is going to sell it to the highest bidder. If the commercial use is successful and our intention of providing mixed uses is working in that context, then there's gonna be incentive for the owner to continue that mix. And that's why we allow for mixed uses in general, right? It's to not prescribe that this kind of use goes here and this kind of use goes here. And so what we're doing here is we're allowing for that mix. And if we start out by requiring that mix, and then the conditions are such that it's not working, it kind of seems like the best use in terms of public benefit would be for another housing unit.
So I'm gonna meld in another part of another point here, which was number 6, the commercial is a developer incentive. So right now we have commercial as a public benefit. So we can imagine a hypothetical scenario where a PUD comes forward and one of the public benefits is a commercial use in at least 5% of the total building floor area. And so the developer receives one of these developer incentives, and then a year later, it's like, oh, didn't sell that, must not be a use. Well, I still got the residential density bonus anyway. So, but if we're talking about commercial as a developer incentive instead of a public benefit, now it's complicated because we have something that's basically the same on both sides of the chart. And also, so there's like a couple things I'm thinking about. One is, we're trying to maintain the public benefit in order to give these incentives. But if we don't think there's a public benefit to it and you think it's more of a developer incentive, maybe it's on the wrong side of the table anyway, so it's a moot point.
I mean, I think it goes either way,
Either way,
depending
yeah.
on how, like, what the market. conditions
Well,
are.
I mean, if we're talking about the market, then we could say, let's not deed restrict affordable housing, because if the market, you know what I'm saying, like, the same argument can be made for housing, that we can sell it at market value, therefore, but I don't think that's where we're at.
Right.
Right, so I don't know that sort of, I don't know. I don't know, it's just about the market, otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation
Yeah,
trying
no,
to figure.
I get it, and I guess I just,
Mhm.
my perspective is that if the owner of the building is struggling to rent a commercial space and it's sitting fallow as a required commercial space, but there's a need for housing that we're really like, we're inhibiting the provision of that need. And I think I am the biggest proponent in this room of mixed use development. I think mixed use development is the answer to lots of problems. And honestly, I don't feel strongly that this would like make or break my vote on this, but I just see the thought of like restricting that use in perpetuity as commercial, and it just like then sits empty.
So would you apply a
It becomes
time to
like-
this one? Would you like to see a time applied to this one, or are you comfortable with like a year after, or 6 months, or whatever, after the development, the developer's like, couldn't sell it, but got the incentive? I mean, I'm
I
thinking
mean,
about public benefit.
I guess
public good.
that kind of gets to the enforcement mechanism. Because if the developer is doing that in bad faith, like saying, oh, it's commercial. The way, what you build, it will be different if it's intended for residential or commercial. So if we have a sufficient enforcement mechanism, and we see this was designed and built for a commercial space. We don't expect that, and also that's an expensive thing for the developer to do in order to circumvent the rules.
So,
Together, better.
so that is to say that you're comfortable with how it's written and not deed restricting it and allowing it as a public benefit?
Yes.
Okay,
I would
let's just,
agree with that.
are you fine with just moving it along then? And we'll just say deed restrictions just for affordable, and
Yeah.
then,
And we've got that in there.
okay, and so let's move on to number 4. Are we good with that? Just to keep it moving, okay.
yeah.
So if all commercial, okay, this was the comment that was, Commissioner Lyons, excuse me, brought up about, how do we
Yeah.
prevent an all commercial PUD? He saw it as particularly a problem with the height increase. It's kind of where he was at.
And if I may,
Please.
Chair Newts, I would offer a simple revision to section C .2 that speaks to residential uses and it speaks of the districts. We may add a sentence after the existing sentence that states PUDs shall include residential uses.
So this is under PUDs are only allowed in the following zoning districts, and then
Right.
you would add PUDs must.
It shall include residential uses.
And that would do it, right?
That's great. And that would,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
38.
thank you.
Okay, so are we all in favor of that? Does that sound
Yeah.
good with everybody?
Yeah.
Commissioner Friedman, does that work for you too? Can you please check with Mel to make sure and get him on the right page?
Are you good with this? We're gonna add shall include residential uses in this phrase.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you,
Mhm.
Carrie. All right, so that's number 4. Moving on. Are we ready? Are you
Yeah.
ready?
Absolutely.
Number 5 is, the definition of affordable housing. So I believe this was Commissioner Lyons and Vice Chair Kale. Although Vice Chair Kale
Mhm.
said that you had convinced her otherwise,
Mhm.
but Commissioner Lyons bringing up, deed restricted affordable housing units. And the question at hand is, are we comfortable with that being worked out in the public process? Or do we think that we need to apply percentage AMI into the ordinance? Is that correct, Commissioner Lyons? Okay. So Commissioner Lyons would assert that we should apply percentages. Where does the rest of the commission stand on this? We just
Um,
need a sense of if we want to move forward how it is, or if we want to apply percentages.
Percentages meeting, defined as 60%. Or
Or 80
80%
to
or
120.
And
Yeah,
I think Mr. Gager brought up that. Starting at 60. If you start at 80, 100, that's,
So Mr. Gager, if I could,
yeah,
and
just,
correct
yeah,
me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Gager was saying that the 60% under public benefit letter B,
right,
that the 60% be tied to the deed restricted affordable housing units, and that would qualify for the impact fee waiver, but only the 60%. And then the 10% deed restricted affordable housing units, he was offering us that many other Montana communities and other communities across the country that use PUDs to develop affordable housing don't actually apply percentages to it, but rather they keep it as part of the process that goes through the public process, so that the community and the local government can be responsive to whatever is happening in the economy at that moment in time.
right.
So he was saying that that's why the differences existed, and why in letter A, they don't, typically governments don't apply percentages. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, that is a good paraphrasing of it.
and that's on that chart when, between A
Yeah.
and B.
Public benefits.
And
So you're looking at taking that out or keep leaving it in?
So what Commissioner Lyons is suggesting is we've gone back and forth with percentages.
Right,
And based on all the conversation and the conversation we've asked staff to have with nonprofits around the state, it's come back out. But Commissioner Lyons is saying he would like to see percentages back in
For A,
for A.
yeah.
So the question is, we need to get a consensus or at least a majority on this part of the policy. I will be happy to chime in.
chime
It
in.
sounds like
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
said that Mr. Gager sort of swayed you to think about it differently. I have great confidence in the people of Livingston. I've been grateful to be part of enough planning board processes and public processes that I have no doubt that the public will tell us exactly what we should be doing in regards to affordable housing. And I think I feel good about the public process because, if this wasn't in here, I might feel differently about the percentages. But I feel so confident in the people of Livingston telling whatever commission exists at the time what exactly they want to see, that's what we will get. It's the time that the public most consistently shows up.
That's
It's
during the
for-
application process.
It's during the work session, it would come up, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
that's what I mean, yeah.
Yep, it would come up at the zoning commission, it would come up at the planning board, it would come up at the city commission,
So
and
that's-
also.
That's the time to determine
and- Yeah, and
60, 80.
and importantly, before it ever even comes to a work session, presumably staff is paying attention to the community and will have a sense of like the community, the sort of like temperature of the community. So I'm guessing that before it even comes to a work session, there will have been conversations about what's viable and where the community's at in regards to wanting affordable housing. We've just never seen a robust process like this before, except for when the planning board took that 6 months to go over the growth policy, but typically we don't see this. So,
Can I-
yeah, please go
I'm gonna
ahead.
ask a question just in that, and Mr. Gager had mentioned that in that at some point, we as the commission would set the affordability thresholds yearly, bi-yearly, as the market changes. I mean, how would we, if that was the case, how would we make sure that would be happening? Does that make sense?
I guess I would be happy to commit, here on the record to bring a resolution, back to you folks to set affordability thresholds. And we could do that again on an annual process or more frequent than that. And, I guess I would offer, to the extent that myself or, any successor, city managers, don't bring that, to you folks, there is the ability for two commissioners to have something placed on an agenda. And so if somebody was not bringing a resolution of affordability to the commission does have a way to force the issue.
Mhm. And resolutions are effective upon passage immediately, correct? Unlike
Not
ordinances.
north, yeah.
Right, so as soon as we vote on it, so within 2 weeks, you can change a resolution, really. You get on the agenda, which takes 2 weeks potentially, and then you vote on it and then it happens.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's not that restrictive.
Right. And we've done that before when we needed to get things on the
Oh, yeah,
agenda.
yeah.
It's nice to not have to do it that way, but we've done it before.
May I ask Commissioner Lyons? Where you're at, what do you think? I'm just I'm
To
curious.
me, the purpose of the PUD is to create a mechanism
Mhm.
through which we achieve goals of our community and in turn provide some incentives or dispensation to the developer. And it's very clear that the goals of the community, that one of the most important goals of the community that we're trying to address with this ordinance
Mhm.
is affordable housing. And I think that it's not good practice to not define affordable housing in the regulation. It to a certain degree obfuscates that process of defining what affordable housing is, to make it a resolution and to not have it clearly in the ordinance. So like what Mr. Gager is proposing sounds workable,
Mhm.
but I don't think it's ideal. And I think it creates a potential for challenges in the future. From a legal perspective, having, been on a commission that's now been sued about our land use decisions. If a developer wants to argue that what they're proposing is affordable, and we don't have a definition in our ordinance about what affordable is, it's gonna be really hard for us to argue against that. And I just think that, I think that the potential drawbacks of defining it in this ordinance are much smaller than what I see as potential issues of not having it defined. That's how I feel.
I have a different opinion in terms of like why communities get sued. And in my experience, in all the places where I wear hats, I think it's usually process errors more than. I think it's often process errors. So I think if there's like a really great process and the process is defining affordable in the process, I think that we will be in a fine place as long as we have good process at our meetings. What is it called? Arbitrary and capricious. That is like a problem with bad process if the deliberating body isn't going through a thorough process of decision making. So I feel like if we really do hold to this public process and we make sure that we're including this as part of the public process, if in fact a developer even chooses letter A, that would be, it would be worked out. Like, I think that our legal standing would most likely be in process, not in a percentage that's in the ordinance.
I can say that I've been on the planning board since 2021, and we've had 3 different board chairs on the planning board. And our processes have varied a great deal from one board chair to another. And we are still learning process on the board, and the board now only has a couple folks that I started with in 2021. So we might feel really confident in how our boards are conducting those processes, or how staff might be directing our boards to conduct those processes. But I've seen a lot of turnover. And I just don't think that that trusting just a smooth and thorough process is a better alternative to defining it clearly in the regulation.
All right, so commissioners, where are we at? So it sounds like you still want percentages. You were good.
I wonder.
Are you still good with it, or
Commissioner
did you? I'm sorry if I just checked out what you
I'm
said.
sorry, no.
No, I just didn't. hear
Yeah,
you.
no, I'm just. I'm on the fence, either way, you know. It just, I don't know. We'll definitely see where Tori's coming from. And HRDC as well, is what they're recommending. And what we have in here too, as staff came up with. Affordable housing units being, at or below 16% AMI. Yeah, I'd say I'm more favorable to having it spelled out. The
You're in favor,
percentage.
so- okay,
Yeah.
do you have a,
Yeah, you're okay,
you're fine with how it is?
I mean, I'm riding the fence. I could sort of go either way. My other sort of thought is, and Mr. Gager had brought this up, is that his idea was to reevaluate this whole ordinance in a year. You know, and that could be whichever direction we go, could be something in a year we could look at to see how it went, right? And we could make a change at that point, and so I think that there's that. I certainly don't wanna throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one, if that makes any sense.
Don't throw babies.
Yeah, I don't throw babies. But, you know, I think that could be something that we could look, you know.
No,
You know,
absolutely.
you know, we have it on the calendar, this comes back in a year, because that's what we
Mhm.
want as a commission, and we can
See how it works,
reevaluate.
yeah.
So. I mean, if there's a direction that this commission is going one way or the other, I would be sort of happy to follow that, knowing that we're gonna get this back in a year and we can make a change. Does that make sense? Probably not very helpful.
No, I think,
You know, just kind of without interrupting, I
You're good.
apologize, Chair Nunes, but you know, I think perhaps a middle of the road solution might be, if this does move forward with no specified level of affordability. When we do come back for the second reading, I'd be happy to bring a resolution that actually outlines and establishes affordability targets for the city of Livingston for, you know, fiscal 24. If that pleases the commission. Otherwise, there are some language changes that I could foresee to this table that would encapsulate the thoughts of Commissioner Lyons. So both ways. How
do you feel about the resolution coming back? Because
I like that,
it addresses
and it's
the
easy,
percentage, and then it's easier to
Easier to
change than an
change.
ordinance.
because that's why I was just thinking, okay, if this is an ordinance. That's hard to change, I mean, not possible, but it's, you know, burdensome, yeah.
I mean, you know, Commissioner Schwartz, during the pandemic, we saw how hard it was to change things. I
Yeah.
just want to say, like,
I know.
there are unexpected barriers that make it very difficult to update ordinances.
And we want
And
to be
it
able
stalled
to,
out a lot
the
of
way
work.
things change, have been changing so fast, we need to. be able
Right,
to-
so, and I wonder if Commissioner Lyons attaching a resolution to this gets at your need to have it defined, so it's still defined, but it still addresses the concern of other commissioners that we can be nimble.
If the resolution
Tied to this,
clearly defines what affordable means, and then, and it is a policy decision made by the commission,
It is.
then that's something that.
Okay,
That's
I,
really,
I think it's, I,
clean, yeah,
I think it's less clean than having it in the ordinance,
yeah.
but I'm still comfortable. Is
Mhm.
if it is a resolution that's policy decision made by the commission about how we define affordable,
Mhm.
and that is tied to this ordinance on a regular basis, that's fine. It's not my preference. It's not my favorite way to do it, but it's mine.
So we have a path forward. Can you bring a resolution with this the next time it comes back defining affordable?
If it comes back for a second reading,
Yes.
yes, you have my.
And then,
commitment to bring a resolution.
Anticipating the commission, we're gonna have questions about what these, where did you get these percentages from? Et cetera, making sure that it's balanced and not just the development community and not just one nonprofit, but it's balanced across the development community and across nonprofits. So that we're equitable in all of the ways. Okay, did I miss anything? Right, it's 8:35. I'm keeping my promise to Commissioner Friedman that we take breaks every 1.5 hours. Need another break? How many minutes do you need? 5 or 10?
Oh, yeah.
How many minutes do people need? How many did you say?
Can we-
Quinn?
5 is
I
Alright.
think we do it 5, yeah.
Let's,
I'll make a motion for a 5-minute break. Can I get a second?
how can I get a second? So a motion by Kale and a second by Schwartz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. I could. All right. So we left off on number 6, which I have as Commissioner Lyons' comment of commercial as a developer incentive, commercial use as a developer incentive.
We just got that. Oh, right,
Then I would
yeah,
meant
sorry.
developer incentive, yeah.
So did you want to clarify an amendment that you're considering?
You know, this one I think is a little bit weedier, and just, you know, on, when I went through this, it wasn't until Mr. Gager described it that way that I understood it that way. And that, actually, that it was even that clear to me that this ordinance allows for non-conforming uses in a residential. And it is here in, section C. It says commercial. Do you mind if I just read it out loud so that we?
Go for it,
can-
Commissioner
Please,
Lyons.
So for additional context, it's in PUD minimum size and allowed uses. Commercial uses, all PUDs must include a commercial component. Commercial uses in PUDs that are not allowed by right in the base zoning district must be appropriately scaled and compatible with other uses in proposed development and with respect to the existing surrounding neighborhood. Commercial uses should be located, designed, and operated to serve primarily the needs of residents within the PUD and secondarily persons residing outside the PUD. Commercial development within the PUD may require site plan review prior to issuance of a building permit for commercial use structures. I think that section is relatively clear. But it is in going through the ordinance, it's not super obvious to me that I think one of the major allowances of the ordinance is for this, for a different type of use in a residential zone. Again, it's kind of minutia, because it's just that to me, it's kind of buried in the text and not super obvious, but I think it would make things clearer to include it as a developer incentive, but
Just to clarify, what you read, the first sentence was actually had a strike through it.
oh, I had marked something and then it led into that, so my apologies.
I see a strike through.
No, you're
Yeah,
right. I
the must.
misinterpreted the lines on my paper.
That's
Yeah,
okay, I just wanted to make sure we were looking at the same thing. Okay. And then, so it is right on the public benefits table. On the public benefits side of the table, right, commercial use? But you're saying you also want it. Yeah, Mr. Gager?
Yeah, if I could maybe just offer some insight into kind of staff's thought process as we went through the statutory construction process here. You know, I did reference it possibly as an incentive earlier, and I would say the reason we included it more as a public benefit drew from comments in the growth policy about reducing vehicular trips, about neighborhoods that reflect kind of historical land use patterns and a number of other items. We did not include it as a developer incentive because actually in conversations we had with certain development partners or possible development partners, they actually indicated that they had zero desire to do commercial uses in potential PUDs or some did, right? And it really, I think it came back to the kind of the comment I made earlier is that, you know, some people have a affinity and a knack for producing affordable housing. And some people just don't have anything in the development community, don't want to have anything to do with that space. And so we created a path that to density that includes affordable housing, but includes others. And so commercial real estate is a niche. There are some folks that do only housing. And so that's why we included it more on the public benefit side than on the incentive side, because we recognize there may be some applicants that don't want to create commercial uses and that don't want to create affordable housing. And we recognize that there's value in those types of applications as well.
That makes total sense, and I'm pretty much satisfied. I think just to explain where I'm coming from, when you said it that way, it alerted me to the fact that there's a function of this ordinance that wasn't like immediately obvious to me. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to solve, is that as someone who has studied land use, it wasn't immediately obvious to me that a function of this ordinance is allowing for commercial use in an otherwise residential zone. So that raises a red flag for me, but it's not, I get what you're saying, and actually hearing what you're saying, I don't actually, now I don't think that putting it as a developer incentive is the best way to alert the reader of this ordinance that this is a big function or potentially big function of the ordinance. But I'm still mildly concerned that I personally didn't catch that right away, but whatever.
I wonder too if that's just individual differences of commissioners, because I feel like that was something that I've been aware of. But it's also probably because of where I live in town. And the kinds of things I hear from the people on the north side.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the commercial uses on the north side is something that could make a big difference. And so it's good that.
and I know that we talked about this because that whole mixed use reason, yeah. All right, so are we good with number 6 then, or does anybody want? Can we keep moving?
Please.
All right, thank you. So 6, no changes to the table. And then number 7, I have parking allowances. So I believe the concern was to allow as a developer incentive, a reduction in parking allowances. Was that
And yeah, a reduction in parking requirements.
a reduction in parking requirements? Thank you. Did you have something that you wanted to offer?
Me?
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have a prescription. It just is something that I think makes sense. But I haven't been in conversation with the development community, so I would offer Grant the opportunity to respond to that. That's okay with you, sure.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would be happy to, and actually, you are correct in my experience. And in the experience of many others, I see that reduced parking requirements are very attractive to the development community. When we had conversations with a number of folks in the development community, that actually was the first place they went to, was just reduce the parking minimums. And when I kind of pushed folks on that and pointed out that in the city of Livingston, our zoning code for multifamily housing requires one parking space per housing unit. Actually, most people in the development community were pretty pleased when I pointed that out to them, because that is a relatively low minimum for parking. And so, you know, folks were pleased when I pointed that out to them, and then said, well, actually, you kind of got it figured out. One is fairly low down. And then as we, you know, after those meetings, Director Severson and I chatted quite a bit. And while we do see the power in reduced parking minimums, I think we have a kind of a low minimum here. And then also we thought about different areas, right? And if this is kind of an alternate form of large lot subdivision applications, there might be areas of the community where reduced parking minimums might not be desirable. An area that is geographically removed from the center of town is not located near a transit line, a wind rider stop or something like that. We could actually create a situation where, you know, kind of long unintended consequences, we've created an affordable workforce unit that is, you know, a mile or so from downtown that doesn't have any parking associated with it. And then we've kind of created this situation for the person who gets that unit. While it may be affordable, it might not be overly functional for them. So that was why we left that out. And then, you know, I sound like a broken record here, but there is a little bit of a catch-all, you know, and so if somebody did want to have a deviation from parking minimums, that could be something that they request in the application process, though we might not incentivize that.
Thank you very much. Very, that shed a lot of light. Is that one space minimum the same throughout all zones? How does that? It is. Okay. As someone who studied this before, one space minimum is quite low.
Yeah.
And a lot lower than often allowances would give to the developer. So that we're good.
I think Commissioner Schwartz, we did this, didn't we? I remember
Yep.
we lowered, yeah, it was a while. I can't remember how. Must not have been when Commissioner Lyons was on the commission.
Yeah,
It
but
must have been-
I remember going through specifically. and
Yeah. All right, so are we good on number 7? No changes?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Good. All right, so now we're at a place where we, I believe, have addressed.
All 7. Yeah.
Changing the majority of the objectives,
Mhm.
deleting that part about open space after the semicolon,
yep.
deed restrictions to affordable housing. Did we address the all commercial PUD, how to prevent?
Yep.
Yep, and definition of affordable housing will come by resolution. We have a motion on the table. Do we need to amend anything?
So we need to put those amendments in.
Yes, the motion on the table is to approve as presented, although I have 3
Mhm.
changes that appeared acceptable.
Your 3 changes, so you have
To
item B,
to vocalize, in item B, insert a majority of between further and the.
Mhm.
And then in section C2,
Mhm.
adding a sentence, PUDs shall include residential uses.
Mhm.
And then in item B4 triple I, replacing the semicolon with a period and eliminating everything that follows.
yes,
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. Okay,
So somebody needs to make it.
and then. We don't need to address deed restrictions on affordable housing because it's already included,
And we would bring the companion resolution.
and we don't need to address that.
Yep.
Okay, so there's three amendments as stated by Mr. Gager. Does somebody want to make a motion to amend, including the three edits as stated by Mr. Gager?
I will make a motion to amend the previous motion with the change in number B to read, to achieve this, the stated intent of PUD shall further a majority of the following objectives. In number C, in 2, at the end of at the end of that, at the end of that paragraph, a sentence will be added as PUD shall include residential uses. And then the third would be number B, DB3.
DB4 AAA.
How about
Written down.
on this, okay, DB or triple I. The sentence will read. Increased open space, 20% or more of PUD must be dedicated public open space, period. Everything else is deleted.
Do we have a
Okay.
second?
Second,
Nice job, Carrie. So we have a motion to amend by Kale and a second by Schwartz. I'm like, we did public comment, right? We did. public
Yes, we
comment.
did.
Roll call please.
What are we voting on first?
We're
please?
voting on the amendment. Thank you.
This is to amend the motion.
Yes,
and
it's
then-
to amend the
yes,
motion. Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So Chair News,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4,
Commissioner Friedman,
Or,
Commissioner Schwartz,
or
Commissioner Lyons,
Or
Motion to amend, the original motion passes. Now we're gonna vote on the original motion. The original motion was by Schwartz and the second was by Kale. Roll call, please.
to be clear, now we're voting on the original motion as amended.
Correct.
That is correct. Chair News,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4,
Commissioner Friedman.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
or
Commissioner Lyons, or
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Gager, for clarifying. All right, can you believe we still have 5 things left? Let's keep rolling, everybody. Next on the agenda is ordinance 3045, an ordinance of the city of Livingston, Montana, removing fees from the municipal code. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you is the second reading of ordinance 3045, which removes a specific reference to fees in 27 different sections of the Livingston Municipal Code and replaces those specific fee citations with the language set by the city commission by separate resolution. And again, this is to enable staff's update of fees periodically in a more expeditious manner. And so I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Questions, commissioners?
yeah, one clarifying when I went through all these, the only,
So we're not talking about the fees yet.
we're
We're
not,
just talking about the taking it out of
taking that.
ordinances, and then
Okay.
the next
No.
agenda item will be the actual charts.
No.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Schwartz?
No.
So any questions on removing it?
Hmm.
Do you have any questions on
Nope.
this part? Okay. Do I have a motion? From the commission?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 3545.
How about 3045?
Oh, yeah, 3045. Sorry.
That's okay. It's getting late. So there's a motion by Kale to approve ordinance number 3045. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, man,
You beat me,
guys,
you beat me.
that was like, that was too close.
You beat me.
Commissioner Lyons. Schwartz declares defeat.
It's not.
No problem.
Time for public comment. Is there anyone in the room more online that wants to offer comment on ordinance 3045? I don't see anyone in the room. Looking online, don't see anybody online. Public comment for ordinance 3045 is closed. Commissioners, anything to discuss? Nope. Roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
Four.
Vice Chair Kale,
Four.
Commissioner Friedman,
For,
Commissioner Schwartz,
Or,
Commissioner Lyons.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is resolution 5110, establishing a fee schedule and charges for all departments. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. Following up on the previous item and past discussions, the item before you is to adopt a citywide fee resolution. And I have worked with Finance Director Paige Federhoff and all department heads to identify fees that are currently being collected and those that may possibly be collected. And we have done that. We have compiled those into the resolution before you. And I will stand for any questions you may have.
All right, I think Commissioner Schwartz might have a question on this one.
yeah, only because it's been brought up recently, fees for construction vehicles downtown, taking up spaces.
Hmm,
I know there was a fee in the past. But I can't find any of them.
great question.
I imagine it would go under police department fees. But maybe not.
So are you thinking like of a construction vehicle?
Yeah, well, for right
that's-
now, there's a lift occupying 2 spaces at Campagnoni, in that building, and I want to make sure that we're charging enough to hold that space because it takes up, parking for the downtown business.
Hmm. We'll give Mr. Gager a minute.
Yeah,
That's a good question. Yeah.
if I would have thought about it sooner, I would have talked to him earlier. But yeah, I know in the past, if you wanted to
Mhm.
park a construction vehicle
Mhm.
for a certain amount of time,
Yeah, I absolutely, Commissioner Schwartz, I can
can't
tell
remember
you
where it's at.
off the top of my head, the current fee that we charge for that is $10 per space per day.
Yeah,
Because we have, as you rightly pointed out, a few folks that are making use of that.
and it is not enough.
Is it on this chart?
So it has historically been in the building.
Oh, building, that's right.
Because it is
Ab-
administered by the building folks. But gosh, as I looked through it, it looks like that may have been one. I'm just looking to see if it didn't get relocated. And I
Just-
may
I wanna
invite.
acknowledge that you want your stuff.
Yeah, I may invite Director Federhoff if you're aware of the fee that's being discussed.
Yeah, if I may, I do not believe that one made this list. I think it was when we gathered all of this information and it might not have been on a specific application that we were aware of when we went through those. So it is not currently on this list.
Thank you, Director. I do not see the list, but Commissioner Schwartz, I am familiar with that.
Yeah,
because,
but it's something I think we should visit, and I've had numerous complaints, and I can't even tell them how much you're
Yeah.
paying a day, and that $10 a day is.
You get the
Come
detail oriented also Commissioner Award tonight. That was a good catch.
It should be at least a fine of, overtime parking, $25 or whatever it is. So,
So are
anyway,
you? Okay,
just so as long as it's addressed eventually.
well, I think that's a great thing and a great thing to notice. And when we get to deliberations
Yeah,
or before
okay.
a motion, if anybody wants to
that's right,
amend.
we're clarifying right now. Okay.
Yeah, but if there's a way to do it simply tonight, there might be an option to do so. Vice Chair Kale, did you have
I had a clarifying question, Parks Department, tree planting permit, so I guess so it was free before, actually it was here before, it's $50 now, so this is a tree planting, and I think the reason I'm asking this question, because there's also a memorial bench included in this section. So are we talking about a tree planted in a park that somebody wants planted, like a dedicated tree, or are we talking about a $50 permit to plant a tree in a person in your own yard?
So, this was actually, initially intended, for boulevard trees, or actually is intended for boulevard trees, and it covers the cost of site locates, and some of that work from our Public Works Department. We do work, with certain groups for Livingston Love Trees, for instance, and we do site locations for that program. It is a little bit of work for our Public Works folks to go out and identify the water service lines, wastewater service lines, this, that, and the other. So it covers that fee, although, yeah, that's what it's intended for.
Shoot, we should have made some calls in before this came up on the agenda. Get our permits. Just joking. Just joking.
It hasn't passed yet, so.
So is this, are you saying that this is specifically just for boulevard
It
trees
it
then?
is for boulevard tree locations, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You still have the floor.
That was my clarifying question. We can talk about it further in deliberation.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions on this? There's a whole big section on land use, Commissioner Lyons. You don't have any? Okay. All right, so. How about a motion first, and then when we deliberate, if we want to amend, do you want to do it that way? Does that work for everybody? Okay. So does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 5110.
Second.
A motion by Shorts and a second by Lyons. And we'll open it to public comment now. Anybody in the room or online that wants to give comment on resolution 5110? No one? All right, public comment for resolution 5110 is now closed. Commissioners.
So I do want to just touch on this tree planting permit. I just want to make sure, like, is that true? And not that I'm doubting you, but just to really I think that we have areas in this community that are tree deserts. There's the potential that if that, I'm not gonna remember the correct name of the elm or ash borer beetle, or, if we lose a bunch of trees, we want people to plant trees. I think we should be encouraging people to plant trees in the boulevard. I just don't want to discourage with a permit fee, like with a $50 permit fee. So that's my only consideration on this one. And, if we're truly paying $50 per permit, then I understand that, but I question that just a little bit, but
Question not
the
charging.
amount, I wonder if 50 is too much. That's,
Where is that 50?
So can I put it in other words?
please, yeah.
It's
I
on
don't see
page
that
80.
sheet.
It's on page 80.
80 under Parks Department.
Cause on the supplemental, it's 0.
So the
Well, that was the
supplemental,
old.
so the supplemental is what it used to be.
Oh, okay,
Or what
okay,
it is right now
All right.
before. So do you see it now?
okay, yeah.
So when I came across this, I also was thinking about, does this disincentivize people planting trees? If a tree costs like $50 to $100 and it costs $50 to get a permit, are we actually disincentivizing tree planting in Livingston? That's also what I was thinking.
Yeah. And that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Or like people just won't call the city and get a permit and they'll just plant the tree anyway
Yeah.
and then potentially hit a line.
Or plant a non-approved species. 'Cause
Yeah.
we have a list of trees that we can and cannot
In
plant
boulevards.
on
Yeah,
boulevards.
boulevard.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, it does take some time, staff time, roll face it.
Yeah.
But also $50 is the cost of a tree at the end of the year on sale potentially, so
Yeah.
people might just choose to not.
Plant a tree, and so that's, yes, I am concerned that it would potentially discourage people from planting trees, and I don't think that's where we want to be. I mean, aren't we like a Tree City USA?
We are a Tree City USA.
So I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners, but I do have some concern about that. I looked through all the other fees, but that was the one fee for me that stood out.
Does anybody else have thoughts or concerns about that one?
I guess I don't see. I see the permit process as being beneficial. I think we all agree on that. And I really appreciate the consideration of what is the outcome of that fee. You know, we planted a lot of native plants at our house, and we spent a lot, $50 on those native plants. And I guess I don't particularly see that fee as very cost prohibitive, especially in the context of who's likely to be planting a tree, which most likely would be a homeowner. Now we have homeowners of all different economic situations in town. It doesn't seem alarming to me, and I appreciate the consideration. So, you know, if you were inclined to think about a different price, I would be happy to entertain that. And if we didn't, I'd be happy.
Do you have a thought? You brought it up. It looks like you flagged it too.
Yeah, you can see my little blue mark next to it. Yeah, I think it seems like I think it would be nice to see that one lower just because of the cost benefit and what are we trying to incentivize or disincentivize in Livingston. And I'm on the tree board, and the concern is that we need to diversify our urban forest. So how are we incentivizing that or disincentivizing that is like, it comes out in things like fees. I'd be open to a lower amount.
Yeah, I just think about climate change and all the things that we're experiencing right now and what more boulevard trees can provide. And that's cooling of homes and shade on the sidewalk and all those other things. And the last thing I want to do is discourage tree planting.
All right. Do you want to,
Mr. Gager, would you offer a thought,
compromise?
an amount? I don't.
Yes, as I think about it, I think Commissioner Lyons made a fairly valid and astute point that there is value to as also mentioned by Commissioner Schwartz, there is value to the application process and that it actually ensures that an appropriate tree is being planted. And also I will say on the locate process, we do send out a city arborist who evaluates the locations and finds what we believe is the most suitable location. That said, you know, when I think about the cost of that employee per hour with certifications and other, you know, fully burdening the hourly rate, you know, at $50, we really are talking about an hour of work. And so, you know, I could conceive that work could probably be done in about a half an hour if they were doing it on kind of their normal rounds and other things. So, you know, I think something in that $25 might match the cost, you know, somewhat reasonably well. So
Another idea might be, if we're trying to incentivize trees, perhaps there could be an opportunity like once a year. Are you getting what I'm about to put
perhaps
down?
a fee holiday.
A fee holiday, but
Yes.
it's like, this is the day that the arborist will be making the round in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Or the staff will be marking lines in your neighborhood. And So it sort of incentivizes boulevard planting, but it also saves staff time from having to like
Mm.
come and go around town, so. So if somebody wanted the, yeah, the fee holiday, it would have to be on the schedule that worked
Mhm.
for the city also.
I would offer that we do a large tree planting location exercise each May lately in conjunction with the Livingston Loves Trees, and so there might be an opportunity there to offer a window where there's a fee holiday in that early May planting season. I believe it's usually the week of Arbor Day, if I'm not mistaken.
So for all community members that wanted like the professional services of the city.
Mhm.
I would be
Yeah,
good
that
with
doesn't have
that.
to be in here, that's just.
Right, no,
yeah.
but that would be like a compromise,
But
like,
we know that we're gonna do the thing.
if we know we're gonna do that, then I'm fine with this
Yeah.
fee, if there's an option for people who are on limited incomes
Right.
too.
I mean, I can
Yes,
understand
yes.
going down to $25. I mean, I don't have a problem there.
Well,
That'd be about it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah.
come on.
so do you wanna go down to 25 and ask for a fee holiday? I mean, if the arborists are already out to do like 100 trees for Livingston Loves Trees, and there's 20 more people in town that wanna do trees, like, I think that's a nice offering for people who didn't get in on the Livingston Loves Trees for whatever reason.
Right.
Okay, we need to move on. Or we,
Yeah.
do you wanna go to $25? Make
Yeah.
it
Do 25 in the fee holiday.
And the fee holiday does not have to be in here. It can be
Thing.
it can be an executive branch thing if you're offering it, Mr. Gager.
I believe we can work that into our process as we're locating the other 100 trees, yes.
Okay. A tree fee holiday. Will you come up with something clever for us, please?
I
Okay.
think you just did.
Are there other fees that commissioners want to address as we're working through this? I have a question. I thought, I'm on page 61. I thought that compost was free. 81, but it looks like it actually costed $5. It actually previously cost $5, but for some reason I was under the impression it was free. You thought it was what?
I thought it was free too.
It was free.
Yeah, so it says it's $5 a bucket on here, but I thought it was $0.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 81 and then I'm
81?
comparing it to the,
Oh, compost, there, $10 a bucket.
Yeah, I thought it was free too. I didn't-
yeah, I thought it
maybe I
was free as well.
confused, but I've never gotten it, but.
So,
Well, we have the Public Works Director
Great.
Shannon Holmes on, if you would, and also Director Federhoff. Shannon, would you perhaps be able to offer some clarification on the $10 per bucket for the compost?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So a year ago, we in the city commission was aware, but we did implement a fee of $5 per front end loader. Certainly residents can still come and load their trucks for free. But if they're calling and requesting the folks at the transfer station to load their vehicle for them, we were charging a very, very nominal fee of $5, and we're just respectfully asking that to be increased to $10 just because it takes away from our operations at the solid waste department.
thank you so much for the clarification. The front end part of the bucket was key to that conversation, so.
Like a handy pail.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Hand loader.
we were all thinking of a 5-gallon bucket. weren't we?
Yeah.
Could we please amend that to say front end bucket or something that clarifies?
or
that
like
it's
front end
separate
loader, yeah.
machine
Yeah.
is?
Certainly.
Or a bucket loader, cause it's free if you shovel your own. Yeah,
Right,
got it.
well, we just really clarified for the community that we're the kind of commissioners that scoop our own compost. Okay, that's an important clarification, thank you, Director Holmes. Any other questions from the commission?
I don't have any problem with that.
Oh, God, I did this exact same moment when you said,
Is this one I can think of, adding a fee?
yes.
Not. Yeah, introducing I don't know how to word it, but,
Mr. Gager will help you too.
yeah. I don't know what our current wording is as far as,
Construction equipment.
So
base rental for,
No, I absolutely understand the fee that you're talking about
Yeah.
because I've actually been dealing.
What do we
with it the
call
last
it?
Couple of days. So, we actually, I might offer that a good spot for that to go would be on the parking space rent area.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that's what I
Right,
was-
Second Street lot, Blue Street lot, late payment penalty, and then I may offer that we would add a line that is, temporary use of on-street spot. And currently we charge $10 per day for that, use of one of those spots. And to be clear, this is typically in the downtown central business district in the time restricted parking area, the 2-hour zones.
That's
Yeah.
specifically what I want to address. That's, elsewhere in town, I don't think it's an issue. But it certainly is downtown and $10 is way too low.
What do you think is just right?
I'm sure that, people have, various ideas on what a parking space is worth downtown to retail. and stuff like that.
$1,000 an hour.
But I would certainly wouldn't be, opposed to $100 a day.
Okay.
That would incentivize people to, hey, drop your stuff off and, and you can have a half day too, I suppose,
Oh, yeah.
at 50 or something, but.
I think that's meaningful coming from.
But I
someone
think,
who- Yeah.
then instead, especially with what's down there right now, that person certainly could make accommodations with American Bank, hey, overnight, can I put this, but how does he reserve this space overnight, before somebody parks in there? So I understand that. But still, it's a valuable space for retail.
I just want to acknowledge that that's very meaningful from you also, Commissioner Schwartz, given that you're in the business of dealing with such things. Okay, any other things that commissioners want to address in here? Otherwise, I'll offer the 3 amendments. Are you ready for me to offer the 3? Okay. So we have right now we have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Lyons. And there were 3 changes brought up by the commission. One is on page 80. Reducing or changing the tree planting permit fee to $25 for boulevards, and it should specify boulevards on here. The second is on page 81, clarifying that that's a front end loader bucket that costs $10. And then on page 91, under parking space rental, temporary use of on-street spot in the CBD as $50 for half a day or $100 per day. Those are the 3 amendments that we have. Does someone want to make a motion to amend the original motion with those changes? You need,
Well,
go ahead.
I'll make a motion to amend resolution 5100 with the changes specified.
Second.
So motion by Schwartz and a second by Lyons. We're ready for a vote.
We sure are.
Roll call please.
Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman,
For,
Commissioner Schwartz,
Or,
Commissioner Lyons.
Or
Motion to amend passes, and now we're gonna vote on the original motion with the amendment. So it's approving resolution number 5110 with the amendments that I just stated. So the original motion was by Schwartz and the second by Lyons. Are we ready to vote
Yes.
again? Okay.
Absolutely. Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman,
for,
Commissioner Schwartz,
or,
Commissioner Lyons.
or
Motion passes. Should have said it before the vote, but I do want to thank you for changing the fee structure like this. I think it's a lot more transparent. That's one thing people have been wanting in our community is more transparency all the time with government. And so this, I think, makes it a lot easier for the public to see what's happening. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And not to delay the meeting, please know when tomorrow we get in the office and make these changes as approved by you folks, this will be posted on the website for all members of the community to see.
Thank you. All right. Next on our agenda. Resolution 5111, authorizing the submission of a community development block grant application for construction of water and sewer improvements at the View Vista community. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you folks is a bit of a follow-up from the last meeting and also our mid-August meeting when we did public hearings for call for projects for the community development block grant program. We heard very strongly, I think, from the View Vista community that this CDBG block grant would be meaningful in helping them upgrade their water and sewer infrastructure. And so in the absence of any competing construction projects that were brought to the city's attention, we are proposing to move forward with an application in partnership with NeighborWorks Montana to pursue this grant again for construction of water and sewer improvements at the View Vista community. And so I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Do you all have any clarifying questions? Not seeing any. Commissioners, do one of you want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve resolution 5111 and authorize the chair to sign.
I'll second.
Motion by Lyons and a second by Kale, and now we'll open it to public comment. Is there anyone in the room or online that wants to give comment on this resolution? No? No? Okay. All right. Public comment on resolution 5111 is closed. Commissioners, time to deliberate.
One of our. Y'all were looking at me. so I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, we got something to say for it.
One of our frequent public commenters often remarks on the importance of maintaining existing affordable housing. And on that front, I think that she's absolutely right. I think that our mobile home parks are a huge asset to our community. And they remain such if they are functioning
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
and they need to be functioning well. And so this is just such a great use of the potential grant, support it wholeheartedly and really excited and hope that we're successful with it.
Anyone else?
I would just say I'm so thankful for NeighborWorks for helping these mobile home communities become resident owned. I think that's such an incredible step for the community, the members that live in those communities. And we've known that View Vista has really needed help with their water and sewer for a really long time. And probably just the amount of water we're losing out of that community right now with all their leaks. It's gonna save them a lot of money, but it's gonna save the city a whole lot of water too. So I'm enthusiastically support this, so thank you.
I would add that I am also very grateful for NeighborWorks. Thank you. When we talk so much about protecting the character of our community, this is exactly what we're talking about, and it wouldn't happen without partners like you. So thank you. It's very meaningful. And I also want to commend city staff, particularly on this process. This has been very long, very intentional. I believe conversations started around View Vista when I first got on the commission, and I really appreciate the intention and collaboration and great communication that seems to have been happening between city staff and the residents, particularly on this parcel, this particular development. I know the commission brought it up a long time ago, our concerns about getting it wrong and the impacts of getting it wrong. And so I'm really grateful. Thank you to city staff for working at the speed of trust on this, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a wildly successful outcome for this part of the community. That's what I would say about that. So we have a motion by Lyons and a second by Kale. Are we ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here we go.
Chair Newts,
Four.
Vice Chair Kale,
Four.
Commissioner Friedman,
For.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Four.
Commissioner Lyons.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda, we have another resolution. Resolution 5113, authorizing the submission of an application to the Montana Coal Endowment Program for a preliminary engineering report regarding water services in the city of Livingston. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you is similar to the prior, which is to authorize submission of an application to the state-funded Montana Coal Endowment Program. And the intent of the application is to create a preliminary environmental report, or excuse me, preliminary engineering report related to the construction of water improvements in the city of Livingston, and specifically the northeast part of the city. The city was approached by NeighborWorks Montana related to their work with what is now known as the Sleeping Giant community, and improving the private water system that exists there. After some conversations with staff, we also recognize that there are some areas, some neighborhoods of the city adjacent to that community that also could use some water improvements. And so, working with NeighborWorks and city staff, we've come up with a joint application that would create a PER for the larger portion of the city. And you may recall some conversations that we had in December and January related to the provision of wastewater service in the Green Acres area, and the recognition that there are some portions of the city without water service in that area. And so this would be the first step towards bringing water to certain subdivisions out in the northeast part, as well as redoing the private water system that exists there. So I will stand for any questions you may have.
Questions? Commissioner Lyons.
I assume this question is part of the purpose of the engineering report. But not this summer that sadly is gone, but the one before that, we were hearing about the fact that we were struggling to supply the demand on our water system. And so I'm curious about what could be the impacts on that demand of bringing in more residents to the system. But either your director of public works might have a thought, but also that's probably a question that will be answered in the engineering report, I imagine.
Certainly. So just to clarify, the engineering report will help us identify how we extend water service to those portions of the city in the northeast that are not currently served. It is not intended to look at the overall capacity and how we manage that and ensure that we have adequate supply for the entire city. We separately are engaging our city engineer in a process there to look at what our capacity is now, and somewhat related to prior conversations on housing and housing development. We are taking a look at not only the productive capacity that we have to produce water, but also the consumptive capacity that is kind of embedded in our zoning and our platted lots, right? To really determine if, at full build out, do we have enough water? Do we have the appropriate water resources? And so please know we are evaluating that question, and that is one of very high concern from a number of different departments. That is being handled outside of this report. This really is to look at those neighborhoods and determine how we can extend the lines and or replace existing private water services. So slightly different, but we are walking and chewing gum at the same time on this too.
Perfect, thank you.
That's a great question.
First time.
Hardly. Other questions from the commission? Okay, how about a motion from the commission?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 5113 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
Motion by Kale and a second by Short. And now open it to public comment, resolution 5113. Anyone in the room? No. Anybody online? Not seeing any. All right, public comment on resolution 5113 is now closed. Commissioners deliberation. Yeah, I guess I would just say, I know, the topic of Green Acres has been another very long conversation, and Commissioner Schwartz and I were out there back many years ago when the process first started, along with some staff that's online today. And I'm glad to see that the promise was kept to the community that the city was going to go after as much funding as possible to serve this part of our community and offset the cost to all taxpayers. And it's also a good reminder, Commissioner Lyons, your question was like a really good reminder to me that just about making decisions for the general public good, and it wasn't, and the whole conversation around Green Acres was larger than Green Acres being annexed. It really had to do with public health and safety with water and wastewater, and how those two are really intersecting in a pretty critical and health hazard sort of way in that part of our community. So I'm glad to see this moving forward.
And again, I would just say I'm glad to see NeighborWorks Montana again help another mobile home community become resident owned. And I know that I feel like we had heard that community in the past has been under boil water orders. And so I think just to make sure that our community members have clean water to drink is incredibly important. So I think this is wonderful.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. Thanks for saying it out loud. All right, nothing else from the commission? We're ready to vote. We have a motion by Kale and a second by Schwartz.
Chair Newts,
Four.
Vice Chair Kale,
Four.
Commissioner Friedman,
Or
Commissioner Schwartz,
Or
Commissioner Lyons, thank you.
Motion passes. Last and not least, well, it's not actually last, it's nearing last. Action item A, update on city logo and rebranding project. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you folks is an update on a project that the city commission initiated in my recollection is late March of this year. And with a comment from the commission concerning the existing logo and also, you know, the staff and certain members of the community's awareness that the current city logo is difficult to produce and suboptimal for several reasons, while it is representative of our history. And so you may recall that in May, you folks approved award of a contract to the ADBI agency to work on development of logo concepts and staff. We sought some community feedback as noted in the staff report, and we are pleased to present 5 initial logo concepts to the commission. And the goal or the hope for this conversation is that the commission will provide its thoughts on the 5 concepts. And then from here, we will reach out again to the community to solicit further feedback on the presented concepts. And then we will work with the design team to refine one or more of the concepts that the commission finds palatable at this point. And so again, we welcome your input, whether it's on tweaking any of the proposed concepts or eliminating any of the proposed concepts from further consideration. We'd appreciate that as well. So I will stand for any questions you may have and appreciate your feedback.
Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions? I have one. I was looking for an email from,
Jack,
you got it,
I
from
was
Jack.
gonna ask the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to address the
Mhm.
question if you would like.
If you
Sure.
could restate it for people who didn't see Jack's email, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so myself and the commission were alerted by a community member or reminded by a community member that while the city of Livingston was incorporated in 1889, that really is a function of the fact that that's when the state was incorporated. Land surveyors with the railroad arrived in Livingston in 1882. And so there is the thought that perhaps 1882 is a more appropriate date to use than 1889, because 1889 really is tied to the date of incorporation, which is tied to the state's incorporation. Right? So.
And staff's assessment of that is,
Staff's assessment of that is 1882 is a valid date. We included 1889 because that's what's included in our current logo, and it does fit with our actual formal incorporation date. However, I do see value in the 1882 as another possible date to use.
all right. So what you're looking for, the public will have a chance to comment on this through the survey. So we don't need to open this to public comment. You're just looking for commissioner feedback on the logos.
That is
Correct,
correct.
okay.
And again, to be clear, if there are any of the 5 that are not palatable that you would like us to eliminate from consideration, we would appreciate that. Or if there are modifications to any of the 5 that you would like to see in a subsequent iteration, we would accept that as well.
All right, so commissioners, in the interest of time, how about we just go through these one by one? Does that work for everybody?
Sure.
All right, do you want to put them up on the
Yes,
screen?
absolutely.
Mr. Gager, thank you for doing that. All right, so first up, number 1.
Hey, Carrie, maybe put Mel on the last page because it'll
Oh, yeah.
show you the
Thank
all
you.
5 concepts.
I'm gonna show you all of them on the same page.
And then I have a couple clarifying questions I want to ask before we dive in, if that works for you all.
Go for it.
This is all.
Before we start talking about the actual logos,
It's gonna
can
show it
you-
on the screen too.
you're okay. No, it's good. Before we start, excuse me, going over the logos, can you please clarify for us, since you're the executive branch? Or at least the head of it, where all you anticipate the logo being used? Because I think it's helpful to think about scale.
Absolutely. The logo will have widespread use, not only in our corporate communications, which include letterhead, envelopes, business cards, but it will also be used on the side of vehicles, signage, and whether it's wayfinding or informational signage in the downtown area. There are some areas in the growth policy that speak to that. And then also on other branded materials of the city, whether it's uniforms, promotional materials, and things like that. We really we expect and hope that whatever new logo is selected will become our primary identity. And I would offer to that as we look at some of these concepts, we do envision even department specific variations where the word Montana, for instance, may be replaced with a department name. So we would have department-specific logos that are all unified with the current, or with the pictorial elements, whereas currently, we have a base city logo, and then we have a Parks and Rec Department logo, for example, that is not related to our current city logo, which creates a little bit of brand confusion there. And so this would be for widespread use.
So for example, instead of the word Montana, it might say Parks and Rec or Public Works or,
Police, or,
Okay.
yes.
all right. And then, what about a flag? Is a flag something that's important? It's a different scale and I know we've had a flag in the past.
We do have a city flag today, and so yes, included in those other promotional materials would be flags, would be the tent that we use at farmers markets. And some other table coverings and items such as that.
Okay. All right, so now let's go through the logos one by one. And give some feedback. Logo number 1. I'll start.
We'll get to it, okay.
No, we'll give Tori a break. I think. I am concerned, one thing that concerns me about this one is the river's the wrong direction. I know it's stylized, and also that's not the way the Yellowstone River goes in relation to that mountain range. So that's a thing that I find annoying about it. Because the river goes horizontal to it in that part. I also worry about this one being reduced, that some of the detail would be difficult to replicate, like it looks like denim stitching on the inside of that border, and I think when we start making exactly like the thing on our coats.
We already have that.
Yes, and so I see that as being, I see the stitching bit to be difficult to reproduce. And I see like some of those tiny trees would look like smears on certain scales. And then I think the font itself also could be problematic at different scales. As you start reducing the size, the font isn't particularly clean. Otherwise, I like it. But I think it could be simplified maybe a little bit, like in font and in the details to be, especially when we start thinking about all the scales that Mr. Daedra moved from an email signature line to a flag, like. I have concerns about that one. Otherwise, I think that it's a good one. Does anybody else have things they want to offer on that logo? Otherwise, we can keep moving through logos.
I can pass it on.
And if anybody like really loves one or really dislikes one, has a strong feeling, we should share that as
This
well.
one's my favorite.
This was your favorite.
It's Tori's favorite. I mean, Commissioner Lyons' favorite.
Second one or what?
Number 1.
This one, to your point about the river.
We're looking at number 4.
I-
We're looking at number one.
I am for a point.
Oh.
In number 4, the river bends to the left, like it comes out straight and bends to the left. And incorporating that bend might be a cool thing to do. You know, the bend in the river is like historically something that's been acknowledged about where we are. So I like that bend to the left. But and I totally agree with all of Chair Nutz's comments on it, like those trees might be, I totally
It's
agree, but
nitpicky,
just like
but-
aesthetically, I think it's really sharp. And it's maybe the one that highlights the mountains the most, and I love the mountains here, so for me, this is my favorite. But I would have the river bend to the left like number 4.
I do like the colors of this one. Of number 1. The
Yeah,
blues.
how they can put different colors. Yeah.
Well, no, because this is previous concept, so this would not,
Mhm, mhm.
that color. So we are looking at the blue green color. Correct?
That
Mr.
is
Duper?
correct, yes.
Yeah. I like the color.
And you'll note that it notes previous concept, current concept. You know, the previous was a very early sketch where we asked the design team to incorporate our mountain range and our line there, and not a more generic range. So,
I would also say that this one is my favorite.
number one.
Yeah, with
Or-
those changes, I don't, the font to me seems like a caricature of the West as opposed to the, you know, there's something about that font that isn't my favorite. But otherwise, like the overall layout and I think the mountains and the river too, like that's what people care about that live here. That's sort of a unifying thing. Okay, should we keep moving on? Next up is number 2. It's the swoopy word stamp of City of Livingston.
I don't love it.
I would, that's it.
Sorry, but
That's okay, you can see you don't love it.
the end bothers me.
It reads like a, high school logo to me. Yeah, it's like a high school logo.
Juvenile for you.
It just, I think it's a great high school. logo.
Yeah.
So no strong positive responses about the second one. Were you gonna add something?
No.
That said, it's probably my favorite of just the word ones, but it's not my favorite. Okay, the next one's the third one, which has a stylized building skyline in front of a mountain range.
Making us look like something we ain't, a big city, to me, that's what.
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
literally agree, have big city written under this one. This one's not my favorite either. It doesn't look like our skyline to me, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, I think the only thing that it demonstrates, like, to me, you can see Livingston's wind in that one, but I don't know.
Oh,
if
that's
it's
good,
like-
Carrie.
I don't
So
know if
can
that's something
Can we
need to
add the
work
wind? Can we add the wind to concept 1, actually?
on.
That was good. High 5 for,
But I mean, I don't have a strong feeling. Just only that, I was like, oh, this one is like showing the wind, so that's the only one.
that's good though. All right, do you guys want to just keep moving? Seems like nobody
Yeah.
loves 2 or 3. Remember, if there's anything you want like completely omitted from consideration, we should.
This is the one I like right there.
All right,
This is the one you like?
Mel likes
Yeah.
this one.
No, like this one, number 4,
It's got the date on there, which the other one is down.
or it's hard to see, yeah. This one had the date and that one, yeah.
Mhm.
So Mel likes this one. He likes the date. Anything you'd add?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right,
I like it just because it's a little more contemporary,
It's a little,
kind of like with our counties. Is a little more contemporary now. You know, I don't know.
you can remember what part
I think.
You don't see much of it, yeah.
Yeah. I think this one, so we looked at 1 and then 4, because they're similar, and in 1, you said you thought 1 was like too detailed or a little
Just-
too messy,
just a
like,
couple of those
yeah.
places, not all
whereas
of it.
this one is, depending on what you're looking at, this one definitely is cleaner
Yeah,
than,
that's the only reason
but I kind of liked the nuance. I think I like the nuance, and
I like 1 and 4 the best.
yeah,
I do too.
yeah.
Yeah, it
I
gets
haven't
the
even gotten to
bend,
5 yet.
gets the bend right,
Well, spoiler alert.
and it is simpler.
Yeah.
You know. Quentin and I kind of disagree on this, but having lived in Utah before, living here, the sun seems like a little bit of a false advertising.
Well, now, wait a second, we get 300 sunshine out.
I did not see that coming. So you're saying you want to put out the sun? What are you getting at? You want to add wind? Take out the
I don't
sun
know,
and
it's
put
like-
wind?
Yeah.
It's like kind of campy and not, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if some elements like the simplicity and the river bend from this one were incorporated into the first one,
Yeah.
that's where it's
So
at.
this is the view from like behind my house, and it bothers me that this is actually not where the sun rises. The sun actually rises further to the left, and by the time it's that high, it's not over. It's not on that direction of Livingston.
And probably obscured by clouds.
Not at my house, maybe on your part of town, but it's always sunny on the north side. All right, is there anything that folks want to add about this one? Other than we have it on record that Commissioner Lyons wants to block out the sun. Just kidding. Okay, moving on to number 5 then.
I like my eyes dotted.
You like your eyes dotted, all right? Noted.
Lose
This
the,
one,
lose the bridge, keep the mountains, I don't know,
this one looks like it's a baseball.
yeah.
font.
Yeah, I don't care for this L at all.
This is like the best comments ever at a meeting.
Look
Look at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But looking at the previous concept, I didn't really like that font either, so I can't say that.
So it sounds like the commission is really going towards 1 and 4.
That's why I'd lean that way, yeah.
So I would,
These two are our favorite, no,
Yeah.
1 and 4.
it's been decided. The commission makes 1 and 4. You know what I would really like to see when the company, the contractors offer us sample logos. I think it would be helpful to get them on items that we anticipate using the logo on. Things that are familiar to us. We don't really use them. I can imagine a world in which we have the logo on these items, but I really want to see the logo in the form that it will be used most often, which is to say the signature line of people's emails,
I like that.
the size of people's coats, like what it looks like on a coat, what it looks like on a flag. Like these word ones, that's typically not what you would see on a flag. Usually it's a seal on a flag. So I'd like to see some example vehicles, like what staff anticipate seeing them most often, because I think that'll be more represented. Also, like when we see the different scales, how it replicates. Because it's one thing when it's on paper and it's something else when it's like the size of our head,
Absolutely.
for example. Anything else you all want to say?
Sounds good.
I'll just add that they're all great.
Yeah.
And I think maybe we all enjoyed like changing the part of our brain that we're using at a commission meeting and getting to critique some art. They're all really good. And,
I'm confused because it's always the part of brain I'm using at the time.
When we did the logo for Wind Rider, we did it in one meeting. Somebody came up with the concept and we're very, I'm done.
Wow.
Writer's branding is really good.
All right, folks, that's not on the agenda tonight, so not our authority. Do you have what you need in terms of feedback from the commission?
I absolutely do. From what I heard is we will work on developing concepts 1 and 4 a bit more with the team and bring those back to you folks.
And I don't need to reiterate the details that
No,
commissioners.
I have
think great.
gotten that, yes.
And we'll look forward to also hearing what the community thinks, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Chair Newts and members of the commission, for your time. I am very encouraged that we were able to work through, what we at a staff level view as a very substantive, piece of new legislation here at the local level that ought to spur creation of housing units. So I recognize that it was perhaps a bit more of a painful process than some might have hoped for after last meeting, but I do thank you for it, and we think it will be meaningful. And then I would also like to introduce to the community Greg Anthony, who has started as the city's policy analyst, and I think you folks have given him a lot to think about over the last 4.5 hours as we work to develop policy moving forward. And he understands the process and what's required as we bring things forward to the community. So welcome, Greg. I think he's going to have a meaningful impact on the organization. And I'll also point out we have a new HR director that will be starting on Tuesday because Monday is a holiday. And so I encourage commissioners to swing by City Hall on Tuesday or thereafter to meet Carrie Rubin, our new HR director.
If it's not too forward to ask, Greg step up to the podium, if for no other reason, people online can see and meet him virtually, because I know people watch the videos later.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry if that's awkward.
No. Not at all.
And
Greg Anthony,
we're so excited that you're here, Greg.
I'm excited to be here.
I know it was a big, there's been some new positions created that the commission has been asking for a while, so I'm really excited that you said yes, thank you.
Glad to
Welcome.
be here. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Awesome. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Turn it over to you.
Commissioner Lyons.
I got the pleasure of meeting Greg on an airplane ride called the Paradise Valley in the Gallatin Mountains. And that was a pretty great introduction. So it's only up from here, I guess.
Wait,
But welcome.
only
to
up
the
from
team.
here? Down.
I wasn't gonna say it that way.
You can go even higher. Yeah, Commissioner Schwartz.
I have nothing. Have a good evening.
Wish everybody a good night.
Sleep tight, yeah.
I just would thank my fellow commissioners for the work that we did this evening around this new ordinance and all the work that we did last meeting as well. I'm always proud to sit at these tables with you all and work through these things. So thank you.
Well, folks, it was about 1 year ago. I think we were meeting Grant Gager on paper. I think,
right.
Probably,
I
yes.
think so.
and we
Alright.
didn't have a face and a person to put behind a resume. It's 11 months and 1 day anniversary, work anniversary for you. And I'm thinking about this agenda tonight and the agendas from the last few months and how far you've helped bring our community and our local government in 11 months and 1 day. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Well, we have hard conversations. I feel like, we're getting somewhere. And we're doing it together, even when it's hard. So I appreciate the commission too. It hasn't always been this way, where we can have hard, respectful conversations. So I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank you for your leadership also. All right, that's all I have. Does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Nice invitation. All right, so we got a motion by Lyons and a second by Friedman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is adjourned at 10:01. We just went a minute past Commissioner Schwartz's prediction. I'm sorry, but good night, everyone.